Test.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's go ahead and take our seats around the table. Good morning, everybody. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order as we all join at the table. I'd like to say welcome to our Science Coordination Group and our working group members today. And coming out right out of the gate here, I'd like to welcome a few special representatives in the audience here. We got Greg Langowski from Senator Rubio's office. Greg, welcome. Commissioner Carson Turner today. Welcome, Commissioner. And Task Force Member Gene Duncan. Welcome, Gene. We are also missing a few of my co-chairs and my cohorts up here in the front of the room, and I'd like to just address that real quick. A few of our team members had callings that took them away from today's meeting, but we know as the Working Group and Science Coordination Group, we work together as a good team, and today's meeting is focused about getting some input and information from our team members, not so much from our chairs and co-chairs. So in their absence today, Adam will be serving as the representative for the Science Coordination Group, and Bob Johnson will be calling in for his agenda item to do and do that presentation from afar. I would also like to welcome Lawrence Glenn as a new Science Group member. Lawrence, welcome. Okay, so today we have in front of you, you have a few handouts in front of you. All of our members have the minutes from the December 4th meeting. On the housekeeping side, we'll just take care of those. I'm going to table that until we get a motion for those, and it'll give us a chance to take a look at them. Maybe coming right back after lunch, we can look for a motion to adopt the minutes or look for any changes on them. I would also like to recognize Alan Childress, who will provide the prioritizing matrix that'll be used as part of this afternoon's invasive species.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Adam. For the members at the table, you'll see this prioritization exercise. We would like you to fill it out this morning during the session, if you will take that time. It is going to help give us some input for our invasive exotic species item later on. We've had our technical group fill this out as well. These are the strategies that are within our current strategic action framework that we are in the process of updating. So just getting your input. If you're not familiar with something, you can leave it blank, that's fine. I'll just be running some averages and presenting the information at the end. And if you do turn this in before lunch, there might be a celebratory piece of king cake for you. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. We would like to also ask our Science Coordination Group members here. Right now, our vice chair for the Science Coordination Group was Susan Gray, and she had retired, so we have a vacancy in that spot. So we would like to reach out to this team here and look for anybody who is interested, and would like to ask you to reach out to Adam Gelber and express that interest. Adam, a few remarks?
Thank you, James, for that introduction. Before we get started, I'd like to congratulate the University of Florida Gators on their win over my University of Miami Hurricanes this past weekend in the sweep. They earned it this past weekend at Mark Light Stadium. Yeah, that was very tough. I was there for the Sunday game, and it just had to swallow it and move on to hopefully a better season. So with that said, just some housekeeping from the task force in the chair, Dr. Petty's office. to make sure that everybody's aware of the May 7th task force meeting at the Long Key Natural Center area in Davie. It's a Broward County facility, and Broward County has been intricately involved in supporting that location. We find that it's a great venue, centrally located, with direct access from airports to hotels, but a really great venue and a natural setting. Again, Long Key Natural Area in Davie. On May 7th. The next joint working group, science coordination group, for make sure it's on your calendars, is June 23rd. And also some recent visits from those at Interior. Assistant Secretary Wallace was in town visiting Biscayne National Park and discussing issues related to that during the boat show time period, and met with representatives from the National Marine Manufacturers Association a week or two ago. In addition to that, surrounding the Everglades Coalition meeting, Ryan Fisher, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Civil Works for the Army Corps, was in town and spent time there at the meeting, and also in Everglades National Park meeting with the Aubrey Bencourt, then Senior Advisor, now Deputy Assistant Secretary to Dr. Petty, for that week in January. Very productive week. Aubrey Ms. Bencourt was throughout the entire system from Florida Bay to Lake Okeechobee, all over Tamiami Trail and so forth. Also, please know that the Office of Everglades Restoration Initiatives is also working to update the Task Force Public Participation document that was originally developed in 1996. More will be discussed about that in the coming weeks and months. In addition to that, the OERI sent out a request for data for the crosscut budget on February 19th. Information is due April 1st in order to meet our target completion date of April 30th. We will also be sending out a request for information on the biennial report in March. That's all I have at this time, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. So a few last-minute housekeeping items here. Let's all remember our meeting is being webcast, so use our microphone so people on the outside can hear well, can catch up on all the audio, including when Bob Johnson does his presentation from afar. We'll ask that any questions to Bob are spoken directly into the mic so he's able to communicate and report back on those. We have 2 public comment periods today. We'd like to ask our public, go ahead and fill out a comment card and bring it to the staff up here with OERI. And if you have a preference to one of to the earlier or the later comment period, note that on the card. And now I'd like to just take a minute and go around the table and open the floor up to all our team members for some introductions and some introductory remarks. I'll start right here on my left.
Good morning, Ed Smith with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I'm the Director for the Office of Water Policy and Ecosystems Restoration. You may have heard that there's a change, so DEP has decided to merge our Office of Water Policy, which oversees all the Water Management District Springs restoration, into the Everglades Restoration Program. So we're a big, happy family now, and I'm busier than a one-armed paper hanger. But it's great to be here, and I look forward to a very productive meeting today.
Good morning, everybody. Pedro Ramos with the National Park Service. Pleasure to be here and to continue to see the kind of progress that we're seeing in the work that we're all doing. I know that this is not only about Everglades National Park, it's about a region that is a lot larger than just the park. And important work, and it's exciting to be living in the moment that we're living in right now with all the progress that we're seeing. So good to be here.
Good morning. I'm James Evans, Director of Natural Resources for the City of Sanibel. I'm pleased to report this year we have really good water quality conditions along Sanibel Island as well as the coastal waters of Lee County. And that really is in part due to Mother Nature, but also in part due to the Army Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District and everybody working together to get the lake down last year. Conditions look really good. We hope that continues, and we think we're on a good track right now, and hope it continues. No red tide to report, no algae along our beaches, and hopefully that'll be a trend. So we appreciate all the efforts of the partners in this room. Thanks.
Hi, Hi, Angie Dunn, Chief of the Environmental Branch in Jacksonville for the Corps of Engineers. Looking forward to the great information that's going to be shared today, as well as Colonel Kelly talking about Lake Okeechobee operations and our Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual.
Good morning, Amy Castaneda, Miccosukee Tribe.
Good morning, I'm Lawrence Glenn. This is my first day on the job, so I'll be on the science coordination group meeting. I'm the Water Resources Director here at the district. Been working in restoration for my entire time here, 23 years, primarily in the headwaters on the Kissimmee River restoration for 20 years. So I'm excited to bring whatever knowledge I have to bear on the issues that we have. Thank you.
Good morning, Kevin Kniff, Seminole Tribe of Florida. I'm the Director of Environmental Resource Management. Happy to be here again this morning, and I'm happy that we're making some real progress on, in particular, a project that means a lot to the Seminole Tribe, the Western Everglades Restoration Project. I want to thank the Colonel for his continued commitment to support this project and to move it down the road. Thank you.
Yes, Stacy Myers, I'm Seminole Tribe of Florida. I'd like to follow with what Kevin said. Thank Colonel Kelly for his continued support of Western Everglades. I think it's a real important project for the tribe and for the whole region. Alternatively, the tribe still has very much concerns and objections over the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Project, and we'll continue to object to that project.
Good morning, Marjorie Kirby with the Florida Department of Transportation, Office of Environmental Management, Tallahassee, Florida. I'd say a large focus relevant to this group is working closely with Everglades National Park Service in advancing information needed to complete a reevaluation document for Tamiami Trail next phase, phase 2. Our office has a role in signing that reevaluation under FDOT's assignment of NEPA responsibilities from Federal Highway Administration. So we're working closely with that team and look forward to advancing that project collaboratively with you.
Hi, I'm Dave Rudnick, National Park Service. I'm the branch chief at the South Florida Natural Resources Center, and glad you're all here. Good morning.
Good morning, Deb Drum. I'm the Director of Palm Beach County Environmental Resources Management, and glad to be here. Good morning.
Thank you. Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And I'm here today with, for Steph Bolden, NOAA Fisheries. And looking forward to learning and participating. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Brad Furman with FWC, and I'll be sitting in for Gil McCrae today.
Good morning, Cecilia Harper, EPA, liaison to the Corps for SERP and co-located with the Corps, and I'm the working group representative for EPA.
I'm Joan Browder, the Southeast Fisheries Science Center of the National Marine Fisheries Service of NOAA, and happy to be with you here today as well.
Ian Zink, University of Miami, and NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service affiliate. I'll be sitting in for Cress Coble in his seat today. Thank you.
Jennifer Hecker, Executive Director of the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership. We're one of the 28 national estuary programs under the US EPA, and we cover 10 counties, 25 cities in Central and Southwest Florida, uniting Central and Southwest Florida to protect water and wildlife. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Roland Ottolini. I'm the Director of Lee County's Division of Natural Resources. This year, Lee County is celebrating a milestone in land acquisition. We have now purchased 30,000 acres of environmentally sensitive land since its inception. And just last year, we had revised the criteria so that we can also look at parcels that are suitable for water quality enhancement. So they don't necessarily have to be natural lands. They can also be relatively disturbed and provide us some opportunities for water quality treatment. So we're really excited about moving forward with that initiative.
Rebecca Elliott, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, for the working group member, and also in the Recovery Leadership Group.
Good morning, Chad Kennedy with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, located down here in West Palm in the building next door. Right now, the department's working diligently on doing some grant agreements with various water management districts and municipalities throughout the state for the harmful algal bloom, innovative technologies, some money that was allocated last year, so we're getting those grants out, and you'll see some activity soon.
Good morning, I'm Bob Pergolsky. I'm the Everglades Program Supervisor for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm also filling in today. I'm normally on the Science Coordination Group, and Larry Williams couldn't make it today, our working group representative, so I'm kind of doing dual hats today, working group and Science Coordination Group. Thanks.
Good morning, Jennifer Leeds with the South Florida Water Management District. Looking forward today to a lot of the good presentations we have on our program and our projects, and hearing some of the updates about that, so it's very exciting. Thank you.
I'm Colonel Drew Kelly with the Jacksonville District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Excited to be here today to do all of this good stuff that we're doing. We got the good fortune of being able to kind of see a dramatic increase in our capability in the last couple of years. To include the work plan this year gets us to 235, and the president's budget gets to 250 million. So there's a lot of irons in the fire, and we're running as fast with scissors as we can, and really appreciate the opportunity to kind of share where we're going so we don't trip and inadvertently hurt ourselves.
Good morning, John Mayo with Martin County. Sorry for being late. I had a board item this morning to address, but thrilled to be here. Love the agenda. Looking forward to the conversation.
Good, thank you, John. And by way of introduction for the record, James Erskine, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and chair for today's meeting. Our first item up, well, first I'd just like to comment myself that I do appreciate, I like to hear all the positivity that was around the table on things from progress to Western Everglades to water quality to moving and expediting projects. It's really good to see and be part of this group right now during this time period where there is amazing momentum and the progress moving forward. Everybody has a really good attitude about it, and we're heading in the right direction, that's for sure. So our first item up on today's agenda has to do with our task force's top 5 action items, which was an item that was brought to us by the task force at the last task force meeting. And I'm going to ask Adam Gelber and Alan Childress to give us a review of this and where we're at.
Thank you, James. Briefly following up on Colonel Kelly's comments, obviously I don't need to inform you all of the accelerated pace which we have an opportunity to proceed. With all of that increase in additional work, there's going to be conflicts. There's going to be resolution that's going to be needed. And so in order to respond back to the task force, the last working group, the joint meeting that we had between the working group and the Science Coordination Group, you all had provided us items to discuss and bring back as far as the challenges, action items for which the task force to provide recommendations and discuss at that level. And so much of today's agenda revolves around those comments that you all made during the last joint meeting. And so that was in December. The task force meeting was in October. And so there was discussions about seepage management, Accelerate 356, possibly threatened endangered species monitoring. Alan's going to go into some more detailed project integration on all of these aspects. This requires your all's engagement at this time. And we're going to have to come up with that list that is going to go to the task force in May. We don't have time enough for another meeting between now and task force. We appreciate your all's time for being here and investments into this group and want to make it as productive as possible. So we are going to have to take that action item today to prioritize those as a group, maybe add to what we have a little bit too, which Alan's going to help us stay organized as much as possible. So hopefully that's clear. So on your package that you have in front of you today, this is the notes from the last meeting, so you can reflect on those items that were discussed with the varying topics of process, science, technological suggestions, and on the back, policy funding suggestions. So with that, Alan, take it away.
Terrific, thank you. And you covered my first slide,
Oop.
so.
All right. Here you go.
The information in front of you is going to be the same in the PowerPoint it is on the two-page handout. I just want everyone to be able to have all the information in their hands while we're walking through the PowerPoint. All I did with the information from last time was basically just try to organize it and categorize it, so it will have more of a productive discussion today. And again, as Adam said, we're looking to refine this. We're not wedded to a 5-item. We can see what our top items are to bring forward. And again, they were in these major categories of process, science and technical, and policy and funding. On the process side, I propose that we set this discussion aside for perhaps the next time we try to work on this list, because we have so much good information now. These are things to keep in mind, though, that we can look to the CISRIP reports, use those as informational items that we might need to bring forward. And also just to be aware that some of these items might overlap some of our priorities that are also already underway, such as updating our invasive exotic species strategic action framework, which you'll hear more about this afternoon, working on the system-wide ecological indicators, which is also, you're going to hear more about this afternoon. So there might be some overlap, but we're really looking at those items that need some attention from the task force level and where we can get some progress forward with their help and assistance and things that they need to be made aware of at their level. So if it's all right, I'm going to move on from the process and get to the more of the substantive issues that we can work on a list to bring forward. Looking at the science and technical suggestions, we had some comments about seepage management, and specifically, some issues regarding Everglades National Park, the southern end of the system, and how those things are moving forward. But some of those items also currently aren't an integrated delivery schedule. So that was an item of looking forward, saying a lot of times the integrated delivery schedule, we look at that like it's the current Bible, but there are other things out there that play in. Being a task force, we are not just focused on SERP, Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. There are other restoration projects we have to bring attention to as well. So this is kind of one of those items that might not be on a current list, but we need to be aware of and how things are moving forward. I'm going to walk through all of these in this section, and then we'll scroll back up so we can have some comments. There were some comments about threatened and endangered species. If there is a way for the task force to have some involvement, we weren't quite sure if that would be an exact window of opportunity for them to participate in. And then this is the second page for the science and technical suggestions. Looking towards project integration, this is also something that is of the CISRIP reports, where they're saying try to link up these separate project pieces together so that we can understand how they're going to work together for ecosystem restoration. So working on projects and also the integral steps required for progress, again, those project linkages and integration. And then we're also going to be hearing about LOSUM. That was shortly on the agenda, and that was an item that was brought up. And also keeping in mind that the working group in SCG helps us report on progress to the task force, and we provide that information in the form of a biennial report to Congress every year that Marcia is going to be sending out that reminder for everyone to provide this year's input for the last 2 years coming up next month. But there's always a way to report better on how we're doing. And that was an item of saying if we can look at a different way to assess progress besides just saying these projects are all underway and we've got good construction happening, but what's the end result? What is the picture that we're trying to translate to those who are supportive of Everglades restoration? So those were the 6 items, on the science and technical suggestions. I'm going to go back to the prior screen so we can have some discussion about what we feel of these items might be worthwhile to bring to the task force if there's a specific issue that we want to whittle out of these. And I'm also going to bring up a blank Word document if there is a lot of discussion, so I can have type some notes on the fly depending on how our conversation here goes, or if you see everything's fine on the page as is. So Adam and James, I can toss it back to you to kind of get the conversation going on these items.
Thanks, Alan. I guess first put out, is there anything that you all have decided or evolved to with additional outside of these specific comments, and really, there is some, we would like to take it all back to the task force, but we're going to be limited on time at that level. How do we manage that, the competing interests also? Some of them may be not necessarily within the purview of the task force. How do we balance some of those components as well? But I guess I'd like to throw it out there to see if there's any discussion about new topics other than what's been discussed at this time, so that after that, we could potentially kind of reorganize these and put numbers next to them. Any opening comments, thoughts on that?
Adam, I'd just like to add here that whether we're talking about COP or any of these other efforts to redirect and streamline the operation of water movement over the landscape, I think that it would be important, and I would hope that you would all be open to considering how cultural resources stand to be affected by some of these projects in particular. And it's something that I, at least in my short time being part of this group, have not heard any discussion on yet. Cultural resources are extremely important in terms of the very essence of what the tribe is seeking to preserve as part of their support of comprehensive Everglades restoration. And whether it's an appropriate thing to bring at the task force level, I will leave to your discretion. But I know from the perspective of the tribe that I serve that this is something that I think deserves a little bit more discussion and attention to, regardless of what the project might be. We all know that there are a few things that stand to affect cultural resources in a very significant way for the Seminole tribe, particularly the Lake Okeechobee restoration. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Noted. Pedro? Yeah. Push the button. Thank you.
I want to jump in and echo that. Part of the mission of the national park system down here is to protect those cultural resources, and we appreciate the consultation that takes place in an ongoing basis with both tribes to make sure that those cultural resources are protected as we make changes to the landscape through this restoration work that we're doing, whether it is bringing more water onto the landscape or applying fire to the landscape. Is something that must continue to be considered, not just in areas inside of the parks, but also in areas outside of the park, because the tribe has called this place down here their home for many years, and it's not just inside of these boundaries that we know as the national park system. But the other comment that I want to make is that out of all the things that I see on this sheet and on the presentation, I do want to emphasize the seepage management issue. The seepage management issue is probably the most critical item that I'm paying attention to as a superintendent at Everglades National Park. We cannot spend all of the money that we're spending to bring the water down into the park and ultimately to Florida Bay and see it lost over to the east of our boundary. And I appreciate the attention that everybody's bringing to that matter.
I also like the seepage management right at the top of the science and technical suggestions. I think you did a good job of capturing all of them. But I'd also say that the fourth bullet, which is highlight integral steps required for progress project linkages, that seepage management is key to that, because you don't want to build projects and spend your time and money on them and then not be able to use them because some other project component isn't in place, you know, ahead of time when it should have been. So I think that's really important also to keep in mind.
Thank you, Rebecca. Would you say that bullet item 3, 4, and 1 are kind of tied together in some way, shape, or form? Just to clarify.
They are all tied together. I
It is
mean,
like Everglades restoration.
yeah.
is, right?
It's like you
can't have
pull one string, a lot of strings get pulled, so,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, I heard that support there for that. I think, you know, Ms. LaBeouf from NOAA, the task force member, has asked, and we've spoken about it, to talk about sea level rise in relation to restoration. How do we integrate that? How do existing projects move on, and benefits that we might actually receive for phasing and progress for that? So, you know, I know that's a tricky issue to comprehend and integrate. I think other projects nationally are integrating, you know, that discussion into their programs, and you know, how do we eventually possibly get there? I'm not sure we'll get there in the next task force meeting, but something to have running in the background. Dave, you got it up first.
Yeah, just to follow up on sea level rise, and I think it relates to exotics too.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you what you said. It relates to what?
Just to follow up on sea level rise, but I want to just point out the timing, the extent to which we can expedite progress. And I think we've made, you know, with finally getting C-111 South Dade and Mod Waters, having the operational plan complete, the draft is complete. We're making progress on that. SEP South is underway. I mean, we're moving faster than I think we've moved in my 25 years here as far as making progress. But with sea level rise acceleration and soil loss in the coastal wetlands, we're literally losing ground. And so the key there is getting fresh water to those wetlands, hydrating those wetlands, and minimizing the saltwater intrusion. Likewise, exotics it's an accelerating stress on the system. So, you know, we move basically it's a call to move as quickly as we can, and the responsibility of these committees really is, I think, to smooth the way for progress, to try to eliminate, you know, as many barriers as possible. So that's just kind of pointing out the time dimension on each of these bullets that are provided in the summary is an important consideration, how to expedite progress.
So Dave, would you say that we're already addressing sea level rise by the increase in funding in a rush and an expedited fashion that the Colonel is?
I think so.
And the state and the governor are expediting right now?
From the natural system, from the Everglades point of view, yes. I think we are on the right track. It's only, can we manage our constraints, which are, you know, basically the supply of new water to the southern part of the system, water quality, the restoration strategy success, and seepage management in particular. I think those are probably the big three. You know, of course, there are others, but I think we are on the right track. I think the CISRIP reports have highlighted this multiple times. So we just, I think it just behooves us to try to manage those physical and policy constraints as much as we can, and also, you know, fiscal constraints. Luckily, our budgets are looking much brighter.
Thank you, Dave. Deb?
Yeah, I want to say how much I support what Dave just said. I think that's a critical point. And what I think is, although he said that we're on the right track with the additional funding, what I think is missing is a reconciliation between the rates of sea level rise and the changes that come along with that, with the rates of project implementation and the funding that comes along with it. So it's actually looking at it a little more technically to really reconcile what those timelines look like in a real way, as opposed to saying more funding is good. I think we can generally agree that more funding is good and it helps us move along more quickly. But to really dig a little deeper into seeing how those timelines might intersect or not, I think is an important consideration with what Dave brought up. I wasn't going to say that when I first said I wanted to speak, but I wanted to say that, really appreciate as a local government being represented here and understanding that the local governments that are at this table tend to have some connection with the overall SERP. But sometimes on the IDS, we're not showing up as, the higher priorities, and we understand that. I think that the seepage management is a really critical issue. Threatened and endangered species is a really critical issue. I can say that we have done, I've mentioned this before, 32,000 acres of restoration in Palm Beach County alone. And what we're seeing is areas that are magnified areas of huge snail kite usage, which was never seen before. And so we're looking at embarking on our own monitoring to just see what's going on with snail kites in some of those natural areas. So we have the ability to work with you on some of these key issues, and I just feel like there's a continued lost opportunity to really reach down into the local governments in a more meaningful way than just kind of sitting around the table because we happen to have a project of interest on the IDS. I think we have more to bring. And to finalize my comments, at this very meeting in many form, maybe at least 3 or 4 times, I've brought up the issue of glyphosate and how these bans or local bans are there's a lot of pressure from the communities. If you'll look back on my comments from our meeting on December 4th, we brought that up, and I'm not seeing that here, and it's a critical tool. So when you look at invasive exotic species, if you're taking key tools away from your ability to manage certain key issues, I think that's really important. And I've brought it up a number of times, and I really haven't gotten much feedback from any of the agencies around the table or interest to say, we agree that that would be a problem, or we think that it's not a problem and that you're on your own, just let local decisions be made. So I feel that it's a policy issue that will affect Everglades restoration in terms of control of invasive exotics if you take away that tool. And like I said before, if it's environmentally bad, we don't want to do it. But that's where we need the federal agencies' support to help us assess that situation. So thank you for indulging me in a couple minutes of comments. I appreciate it.
No doubt, Deb. I always appreciate your comments and on point, and what I heard you speaking to was the integration of local county work that you all are undertaking, and you've spoken about that in the past and how we integrate what we're doing here at the regional down to the local level and incorporate that discussion. Is that correct? Is that what I heard? And then the other topic was related to the tools in the toolbox related to chemical utilization, and that we might be impacting our ability to further manage the impacts related to habitat loss.
Yes, your listening skills are on point. Thank you
Okay,
very
all right,
much.
perfect. I think we're going to come back on that first topic and later, but yes, I understand.
Can I jump right in?
You bet, James.
Can I go off book? Deb, I'll let you know that we were talking about that. We took your comments from the last meeting and amongst the chairs and Adam and OERI, and we discussed that internally. And we're going to be coming back to not only you, but the other government representatives at the group, because we think that the local governments have a lot to offer as well. So we are working that out internally and thinking about what kind of shape that could take. So I'll be following up with you as the chair, and we'll be following up with our other members. And we thought it was a good suggestion.
Adam, just like to touch on, you mentioned before Nicole's interest in sea level rise and integration within SERP and other South Florida restoration projects. Specifically, NOAA is already working through the National Centers of Coastal Ocean Science on modeling exercises on the southwest coast, and it includes some local partners like Collier County and local academic institutions as well, and other federal partners integrated within this research project. And perhaps that could be something that is brought up for the next task force meeting or an upcoming task force meeting. Be able to present that research and what's going on, and maybe that can be something that we can integrated and used more broadly within the SERP process.
Thank you, Ian. I think this is a good, healthy discussion between what Deb was talking about, a reconciliation and timelines, and understanding that we're actually working towards sea level rise, And maybe that presentation could be worked on for the next working group meeting before we roll it right on out, and you can carry that message back and socialize that within NOAA. You and Joan can work that up for the next, group meeting here. I think it was in June we spoke about. And try to incorporate some of the other task force members' comments that may arise. And maybe reach that. Bob?
Yeah, Bob Pergolsky, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Not to drill down too much, but Deb, I just want to let you know that about a year ago, the Fish and Wildlife Service signed out a letter of support to the FWC to make sure they maintained their ability to use glyphosate in treatment of aquatic plants. Also, I can't speak for James, but the new effort that the FWC is undertaking for a management plan for Lake Okeechobee, my understanding that invasive weed control will be part of that discussion, James, right, as part of the management plan developed for that?
Yes, absolutely, Bob. That'll definitely be part of the plan. There'll be so for those folks that are not aware, or what Bob is referring to is a fish, wildlife, and habitat management plan for Lake Okeechobee that Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has undertaken. And we just started out on that path. It'll be a two-year-long progress. It'll be a 2-year-long process to get the report together, but it will address the issues we're talking about here.
And we are part of that too, as some other groups are, and we do support maintaining the ability in the appropriate use of pesticides, herbicides as needed. And certainly we, as helping to manage snail kites throughout the system, that's an important part of the toolbox too. So at any rate, I think at some point it might be one of the priorities we can bring to the task force, because it's not just about glyphosate. If we don't have chemicals to treat invasive, especially invasive weeds, invasive plants in Loxahatchee or in the water conservation areas, we're in trouble. So I think that's a really important part of our arsenal. Thank you.
Madam? May I comment on this too, Adam?
Yeah, you bet.
Under threatened and endangered species, uncertainty as to fit to the task force priority. Certainly, we're here, restoration of the South Florida ecosystem involves habitats and species. It's not just threatened and endangered, it's all species, common species as well. So I think that there is a fit with the task force priorities and with that overarching restoration of the South Florida ecosystem. I just kind of want to put that out there.
Alan, you got all this?
Yes, I'm going to pull it up here in just 1 second.
Okay. While we're waiting here, one of the things that stuck out to me, and you all are the working group, science coordination group, is the recover funding, and how important that is to the group, and which is the last bullet on the back page, and how we address some of those system-wide perspectives, and if we're falling short in that reporting process to convey the message of how we're doing. And so forth, was one that kind of stuck out to me. But that's your all's call as a group. So, Alan?
Yep.
Are we ready? I think I know the answer, but I'm going to turn to you.
See if I can get this up here. We have to kind of manipulate the screen here a little bit. Okay. Yeah, can you, sorry, relying on Jose for his magic. Because when y'all can see it on the screen, I can't see it here and work with it. So it's a little tricky.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard was pretty much a clear, concise message from those that were speaking up, and I'm assuming that to some degree, those that didn't comment were in support. Cultural resources was one that was spoken about, and there may be some connectivity for the task force to make a recommendation or not. But we do have limited time at the task force level. But there seemed to be even more clear support for the steps required for progress and linkages between these various projects, and how we message that not only to other partners. The public seems to really struggle with some of these connectivity between, COP and SEP South and SEP New Water, how this whole system, builds one upon the other, and how we make sure that the task force members are aware of how all of that is integrated is what I heard. And that sea level rise is something that we might begin to evolve over time, starting off here at this group, and not necessarily directly running into that one, knowing that the Colonel and the Congress and the Governor are clearly focused on expediting restoration efforts, is
Yes,
what I
it's
had
up on the
heard.
screen. So these are the notes I took in addition to what's on the paper and the PowerPoint that you have in front of you. So let me know if I captured everything well. We've got the operations and movement of water through the system. Consider cultural resources. We want to make sure that that part of the puzzle is also heard and highlighted. Seepage management. It's a critical item in the southern end of the system, especially for the park. And getting that water into the park in Florida Bay where we all want it to go, and making sure that happens, and it's linked to those project linkages that we're talking about, getting all these things to work in concert. Sea level rise, some of what Adam was just mentioning, talking about how it's part of a lot of projects, and looking to address the timing of our restoration program so we can get ahead of that curve as best possible. And talking about an upcoming presentation, which is good to have on the list. And, okay, here we go. Talking about our constraints, this was a nice summary of getting the water south, looking at water quality, and addressing seepage management. Those are some of the critical issues. Threatened endangered species, also a critical issue. Invasive exotic species, recognizing that need for a full functional toolbox. Some of pieces of those will be addressed in our invasive exotic species plan, so we've got a couple of different ways to get at this, but it's highlighting it for the task force as well, understanding that it's an issue that's going to be addressing everyone working on restoration with invasive plants. I believe that is all. How'd I do? All right, good.
Thank you, Alan.
right.
James and I were just talking that there may be some differences here, and we do need to wrap up this item and keep moving forward. Correct me if I'm wrong and let me know. It seems like the project linkages and seepage management and how that southern end of the system is working, and I'm not sure exactly what that recommendation is or what that action item is for the task force at this time. And we'll try to resolve some of those issues. That's what I heard.
Yeah, just Bob Pergolski, Fish and Wildlife Service again. Just process. I'm not clear. Are we, the collective, we supposed to get this down to 5 and vote on it? I'm not sure what the process is. So, Alan, or if you could explain or somebody, I'd appreciate it.
Well, sure, and I'll let Adam speak to the process, but I also don't think this has to be one thing to the task force. It might be we have a highlight reel of issues that they need to be aware of and delve into some of them more specifically as time goes by. So just because it might not make a big presentation in May doesn't mean that it's off our tickler file for them. That would be one way I would propose going forward, is making sure that they have at least a list of bullets of priority or concerns, and then we can tackle those as time allows, and that would be a suggestion from myself. Adam?
Yes, I believe I'd be looking for a consensus of what we're carrying forward, which hopefully as a group we can get to. And to me, what I see is that they're making some potential recommendations on seepage management, or at least are aware of that as a result of these linkages in the south end of the system as being one of the key components moving forward into the system, and those unintended maybe consequences are aware of those as well with relation to this. So that's what I'd be looking for, the support of the group here moving forward and pushing out on. Any comments that would oppose that idea, or anything that would prevent us from moving that forward? No? Okay, not seeing any pushing that forward, so I guess that's the consensus here, moving forward on that specific item.
Okay. Rebecca has her hand up.
We really just covered the science and technical suggestions in
Correct.
detail, correct?
Yes.
So at some other point, we'll go for policy and funding suggestions, because I also have a really big interest in recover funding. being restored so that we can really get back to work on system-wide evaluations.
Yeah, okay. So I knew this was going to be challenging to get a consensus moving forward on all the, complications and issues that we're facing, and this may continue to evolve. I would like to have maybe try to find one or two other items to try to highlight here. Any other suggestions?
Do you want me to quickly go through the policy section, or are you talking about 2 or 3 more items from the technical parts? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it may be, cultural resources are one of those things that at least the task force is made aware of. Not necessarily that there is a determination at this time, I'm not sure what that would end up looking like, but making sure that they're aware of where those are within the system and highlight those at the task force level.
Adam, we did hear that. Come on.
Kevin.
Kevin.
Thank you. I think that in hearing some of the other comments, in particular about sea level rise, I think that there's an opportunity here to show how there is a linkage or a synergy between some of these additional items that we're putting forward here. And I'll just take cultural resources and sea level rise as 2 examples of where Dave was referring to with the loss of, literal loss of land and wetlands on the southern parts of the system and the coastal systems. The majority of cultural resource sites that are important to the Seminole tribe are located along the coastlines that are the highest vulnerability. So there is a natural synergy between these 2 issues, and where there is opportunity to somewhat have a force multiplier perhaps with the task force in bringing forward some of these issues, that it's not to consider them necessarily in a black box. I think we need to look at ways to better incorporate a lot of these issues because they do all relate to one another in one way, shape, or form. As we're seeking to promote connectivity within the system, we have to promote connectivity of the issues as well.
Thank you, Kevin. James, did you still have something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the sea level rise. That one came up that one came around the table a few times. And it seems like it also ties in with integration project linkages as well, because it seems there's going to be some strong ties between projects that have ties to sea level rise or benefits to sea level rise or combat sea level rise. So it seems like there's a tie in there too.
Correct, and I think we need to roll that out in the working group, science coordination group, and kind of generate some discussion here and roll that out in a proper fashion instead of rushing to the task force with what, right now. Organize that. I'd also like to just take a final moment here to highlight the recover funding and really kind of champion that effort and put that out there if there's any opposition or any concerns about carrying that forward there. I see the definite connection between the task force reviewing that, understanding it, possibly providing us some direction, recommendations, possible solutions to that matter that has been highlighted, I think, for the last couple of years. Any concerns with that? Okay, we will continue, Alan, if we could maybe put that in, make note of that in the item. I think we're going to stop here on this particular item unless anybody has any final closing thoughts or comments or additional information. Regarding this, Bob, go ahead.
No, just once again to reemphasize the invasive exotic species bullet. I think, invasive exotics is still at the very top, in my estimation, of the priorities to deal with. Let the task force keep being reaffirmed and what we need to do and get the support from the task force to deal with exotic species, because I think that kind of caps everything we're doing in a lot of regards.
And we're completely aligned on that, and I think that's what Alan spoke to at the beginning of the meeting, is how do our existing priorities and how do these overlap and manage that overlap. And so clearly we have that on the agenda this afternoon. That will be continued to be in front of the task force to help us solve some of those issues while we restore the landscape. So I think with that, I'm conclude this portion of the presentation so we can try to stay on track and make up some additional time here. Thank you so much.
Oh, sure. Hand it back to me late on the agenda. I see. Yeah, so I think just to make sure I'm on the right page with this too, Adam, we've got a little more work to do on this document here for our members, and our members around the table may see some additions to this and some changes in this one page that's in front of us, that after Alan works with her document here, right?
That would be correct, but we do have to prepare for the task force, and we'll get better at these challenges that we face to continue to bring some back each meeting, and how we refine this process of being on the same page as much as we can. So.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. Now, let's see, we're moving on to our next agenda, item 3, Tamiami Trail Next Steps Phase 2 update. And I see a presentation up. Bob, do we have you on the phone? Hearing nothing yet. Yeah. Let's check with the team back here behind me. We'll give him just a minute then.
Running a few minutes behind.
Yeah, we're okay on the time. Let's see. As we're waiting for Bob to get on the line, Megan, you're on deck. I'll just let you know you might be coming up a little bit early here if we have a technical challenge with agenda item 3.
I've gotten a text message from the public to ensure everybody's speaking into the mic clearly. So it's hard to hear, I guess, on the web feed, so thanks.
Were you texting him or? Oh.
Megan's up. Let's move to Megan.
Let's give our technical team just a minute here. This is a web-enabled broadcast here, so they've got to change that.
So Pedro, you want to give the
Do something technical on
presentation?
the computer.
Let's move on.
I haven't seen Bob's presentation. I'm a little hesitant to jump in and.
Okay.
Evidently, he is there, and they lost the phone contact, so they're trying to get him back on the phone.
Can you hear me?
Thank you, Jose.
Hey, Bob, welcome.
I've been on listening all the time. You just didn't hear me.
Bob, can you hear us through the microphones?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
All right, take it away.
Are you ready? All right, Robert Johnson, National Park Service. I'm here on behalf of our interagency team working on the second and final phase of the Tamiami Trail Next Steps project. I can advance the slides, okay? Can you see the next slide?
Yes, we got the next slide, Bob.
Okay, so here's the project area. It's 10.7 miles. From the west side, it runs from the L67 levee and S333 eastward to the east side, which is the L31 north levee and S333, 334, and 356. Now I'm on the third slide. As most of you know, Tamiami Trail Next Step was initially designed in parallel with the Central Everglades project. So it's part of our goal of sending more water south to reduce harmful discharges to the northern estuary. and that requires an increase in outflow capacity from Water Conservation Area 3A. The map you see on the left are the southernmost project features for the Central Everglades project. And in the diagram, you can see that the majority of the flow going south comes through the eastern side of Water Conservation Area 3A, flows across the L29 levee, passes underneath the 2.3 miles of bridging constructed under the Tamiami Trail project. And notice there's a levee and a divide structure that are planned in the Central Everglades project. To let this happen, we have to raise the remaining 6.5 miles of roadway, and that's being done to accommodate a design high water of 9.7 feet. And this next diagram shows those stage changes. This graphic is from the final EIS for the Central Everglades project. So the bottom two lines in red and green are the existing condition base, ECB, and the future without step. And the bottom dashed line in black shows you the constraint that was in place on Tamiami Trail up till 2018. So prior to 2018, we were limited to maintaining stages below 7.5 feet. And you can see stages above that occur about 8% of the time. The next dash line in blue shows the design high water for the combined operating plan or after the completion of modified water delivery. And in general, the stage has gone up by about a foot. So now we're up with Central Everglades, blue line, we're up at 8.5 feet about 10% of the time. Notice in terms of the high water event, the design high water for Central Everglades is the red line, 9.7 feet. And based on the modeling for Central Everglades, we never went that high. So it's an extreme event that did not show up in the 41-year simulation. So this is the same project area. The purple areas indicate where we have the 1 mile bridge to the east from Odd Waters and the 2.3 miles of bridging on the western side from Central Everglades. So the three areas that are being raised are approximately 4.5 miles in the center and 1 mile on the west and east sides. There were originally 19 culverts. All the ones that were in the locations of the bridges are gone now, but we are improving slightly the flow through all the culverts in orange, and at 6 of those sites in between the bridges, we're adding 60-foot long slab bridges. And those are centered on historic sloughs. This is the typical section for the Tamiami Trail Next Steps project. So you can see the canal on the north side. We are raising the roadway from roughly 10 feet to 13.1 feet. And since there's no room on the north side, as we widen the prism, the roadway will be shifted to the south by about the width of a traffic lane. And then there's a much more substantial swale system built to the south for stormwater retention and for water quality improvement. I just want to show you one example of the modifications. So each place where we have facilities that need to maintain access, we've proposed to make changes. This is at the Gator Park and Tiger Tail Camp. So the blue line is roughly the edge of the existing road. And you can see how much further south we've had to shift the traffic lane to accommodate a left turn lane to go into Gator Park. And then on the north side, we've created a dedicated access lane and diagonal parking for the Tiger Tail camp. And that's separated by a median barrier wall. So all the purple areas are barrier walls. To the south, you can see the brown is the swale system. But you can see how much farther the roadway is being extended along with the swale system southward. So we have to do work around Gator Park and around Coopertown to restore their parking. And the same is going to have to be done at the Osceola camp. And this is my last slide. This is a summary of the project schedule. The National Park Service and our consultant, HDR, are responsible for the conceptual design and RFP. The conceptual design is being finished by the end of February. And then the request for proposals will be turned over to the Florida Department of Transportation at the end of March, so March 31st. The project is scheduled to be advertised by FDOT in April of 2020. Then they will review all the bids and do a construction award in July of 2020. And our hope is we will execute a contract in August and start construction by October. And right now, you can see the window for completing the project extends to roughly January of 2024. And then there's a little over a year of construction closeout after the roadway is open and fully accessible. There's a lot of finish-up work that has to be done. And that's it for the summary.
Hey, Bob, this is Pedro. Can you just very briefly explain what we have done with the with FDOT to shift gears from a scored design-build contract to the low bid contract, which essentially extended our requirement there on your bullet number 1 to the end of March, and what that has done to the schedule?
Yes. So in the normal process with the scored design build, we would do a 60% design, and then we would enter into a process with the contractor where they looked at alternative technical concepts. And so instead of doing that, we've basically done a more detailed design for the 60%, and then all of the contractors will submit bids to build that set of features. And that streamlines the design and the construction phase. So it means we'll get to construction in 2020 rather than 2021. So that more refined design phase is what extended the conceptual design from February and the RFP to March.
And as a follow-up, I want to address the issue here with the harmonization that has to take place with both of the camps that you mentioned, the Osceola camp and the Tiger Tail camps, with the Miccosukee tribe, as well as the herbal properties. You know, I have personally met with all of those groups of people. FDOT is really being attentive to the concerns that have been expressed by both the airboat operators as well as the tribe with respect to their access. Speaking about the tribal concerns specifically, am I understanding right, Bob, that FDOT is coming back to us with some offerings of solutions to the concerns that we have heard from the tribe?
Yeah, it's our design A&E firm, HDR, that's making the design. So they're the ones looking at a series of options for both the tiger tail and Osceola Camp to address concerns that the tribe has recently raised.
And we've got somewhat of a short fuse here because we've got this timeline of the end of March to meet the deadline. What can we expect in terms of being able to go back with the tribe in particular to consult again on the concerns that we heard from them? A week, 2 weeks?
It looks like some quick preliminary redesign can be done in about a week to a week and a half. So that's about the time frame that we would like to get back together with the tribe.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Ramos. Bob, thank you very much. What an excellent presentation. I really appreciate you taking the time from afar to join the meeting and provide this update for the group. I think we might have a few questions around the table, though, Bob, so we're going to turn to our members right now. Amy?
Thank you, Pedro. I was going to bring those issues up, but he's already addressed them. Thank you.
All right, Bob, here none around the table. Thank you very much for the update.
Thank you.
We will roll into agenda item 4, and I'll ask Jennifer Leeds to go ahead and recognize our presenter.
Thank you, James. Megan Jacoby is our principal policy analyst, and she's going to give us an update on the CERT program and the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program and projects that the district has the lead on. So with that, I'll let Megan take it away.
Hello. Thanks for having me back. I know I was just here in December, so a lot of this might seem a little familiar. But what I've done to engage you a little bit more is I've thrown a few nuggets of gloriousness within the presentation, a few little extra new things. So hopefully I'll keep you interested. First, we're going to talk about some of the projects that we're working on with the Army Corps, the C-44 reservoir and STA. The Water Management District has completed cells 1 through 3 of the STA and have started flooding those cells. We expect 4 through 6 to be done this year. And for the first time ever, I was out there a month ago maybe, and it was really exciting to see all the work that has been going on out there and to see how big the reservoir itself is. Kind of blew my mind. Next up is the C-43, which the Water Management District has taken control of construction on. We expect our big pump station to be complete in spring of 2022, and the project as a whole to be done in 2023. Work is moving ahead really quickly out there. Next up is CEP, the Central Everglades Planning Project. The Water Management District has moved forward with 2 of the features in CEP South, first being Old Tamiami Trail removal. We expect that to be done in 2022. Work on the power lines has begun already, and we expect that to be completed in May of this year. The S333 North is currently under construction, and we expect that to be complete in June of 2020, and that structure will help the existing S333. One of the most exciting things that we have going on is the Everglades Agricultural Area STA. We have a couple of components that we've moved out on so far, one of them being canal conveyance improvements. We've expedited some of the site investigations necessary for those improvements to start. We expect the actual construction of work to begin in May or June of 2020. It all just kind of depends on when we get our permits and when the Corps completes their follow-up report. So as soon as that happens, the Water Management District is ready to go. Next up is the stormwater treatment area. We've also expedited the design of this feature. And we expect to get our first preliminary design in March and expect to start construction in 2021. Here's one of your first little nuggets in Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. We know that Deering Estates is complete, L31 East, the culverts are complete, and the design of the pump station, S709, is complete, and then we're working on design of the remaining features. The Cutler Wetlands design update is also underway, but here's the super exciting thing. New acronym. New acronym. And I probably should have left that to the Corps, but since I'm up here, I kind of figured it's super exciting. So the new acronym that will include Biscayne Bay Phase 2 and C-111 Spreader Canal Eastern is Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Restoration Project. And the team is currently working on producing the project management plan for that. So let's go into some of the programs that the state is working on. First up, of course, are the STAs. By water year, you can see that the STAs are performing well. We're seeing phosphorus reduction at about 80%-ish across time. But we do know that in years like 2018, where we had a huge amount of rain, sometimes that the quantity of water itself and the timing of when it goes through the STAs can actually impact STA performance. The Restoration Strategies program is something that I know you are all very familiar with. What I've done in this presentation is kind of distilled it down so that you can see in each flow path what is complete and what is underway. So we have 2 projects complete and 4 underway. The STA1 East repair and modification should be complete. The flooding and optimization will be complete by November of 2022. Expansion number 1 construction will be complete by December 2020. Expansion number 2 will be complete by July 2020. And then the G341 related conveyance is kind of an ongoing thing. We have a couple of sections that are complete, a couple that are ongoing, and then one that needs to go into design. In the central flow path, we have the A1 FEB, and we completed that operational testing and monitoring period in July of 2018. In the western flow path, since the last time we met, there's 1 project complete. That's the STA 5-6 improvements. That is just complete as of this month. And then the C139 FEB design is expected this October. Moving on to something new. Here's your other little nugget. So something that you are all very interested in, obviously from the discussion this morning, is seepage management. So what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about is a study that the Water Management District is starting. We're just in our very early stages of it, so there's not a lot of information to go with right now, but I'm going to tell you about what's going on. So we all know that seepage management is an important part, especially of Everglades restoration, especially in the southern Everglades, coming from Everglades National Park. You've probably heard here, we call it a curtain wall. You've probably heard it called a seepage barrier or a curtain wall or a cutoff wall. Any of those things is what we're talking about here. And basically the concept is to use some impervious material to stop seepage going from one area to the next. And so our goal is to keep the water in the natural system where it belongs instead of going out into more developed areas. Seepage management is not a new thing. There have been a few studies that have talked about seepage management or used seepage management, including SEP, the South Data Initiative, and then use of seepage management as a flood control feature. The curtain wall concept is very viable and will reduce flooding in South Dade, keeping the water, like I said, in Everglades National Park. It has the opportunity to reduce flows to Biscayne Bay and Biscayne National Park. Oh, sorry, not reduce. Sorry, I read that wrong. So it stops the risk of reducing the flows going to Biscayne Bay. And so as an agency, we're looking to move forward with figuring out what the next best steps are to use a curtain wall. So the steps in our process are going to include definitely agency collaboration, interaction with the public and other stakeholders, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. And then we're going to work towards finding a design that is functional and works. So our public engagement process is something that we're going to be highly collaborative on. We're going to have 2 opportunities within a certain time period, March to September of this year, to have input from the agencies and the public and NGOs. And what we're hoping to hear from all of you is how we can address risks to Biscayne Bay, how we can address risks to flooding in South Dade or the park. Not flooding in the park, but the opposite. So those are the types of things that we hope to hear from you all and how you think we might be able to manage that. So here's our timeline for 2020. We still have a lot of data collection to do. We have to look at some of the canal conveyance. What does the canal actually look like now? And then we'll do our public engagement process, like I was talking about in the last slide. And then towards, I don't know, maybe March of next year, we'll complete our planning process and move forward from there. So this is just like a general timeline at this point, since we're still in the preliminary stages. And then that's all I have for you. So if you have any questions.
Megan, thank you for the excellent presentation and the additional nuggets. Let's look around the table first.
Thank you. Lee Hefty with Miami-Dade County. I apologize for being late. Had a flat tire in Boca. Had Uber here, but I made it. I just, on the seepage wall concept, it's certainly important to make sure that we have water for restoration in the natural systems. I think the challenge is going to be to make sure that whatever we do doesn't become problematic for protecting the Biscayne aquifer for freshwater sources to the east. And, you know, I always get concerned whenever we as humans do things that are not easily undone, a la, you know, Kissimmee River. So when you put things like that in the ground, I guess we just need to make sure it's not going to compromise water quality protection in the aquifer, especially with sea level rise and the salt intrusion problems that we already have in South Dade, Southeast Dade. So I would, obviously, we're going to participate in the public workshops, but just kind of putting that out on the record to start with.
Thank you.
I'd like to just hit the high level on that and just hit the terminology a little bit. I saw you addressed it a little bit in your comments there, Megan, but I think as we move forward with some of these topics, Adam, that the terminology is important. You know, our folks at the task force may have touch points on this, not as frequently as the engineers here at this agency or the folks sitting around this table. So as we hear it called a seepage wall, a curtain wall, seepage management, which also could be the 356 pump station, or canals around features, they all take a number of different forms. So I think taking some effort to page up on the terminology could be beneficial for us all as this moves forward. And I think that might be landing in your court, Megan, where you've got the engineers, where the district's got the engineers working on this, or Jennifer as our working group member, but moving forward under the same terminology would be, I think, useful.
Sure. Definitely will take that back.
Joe?
I wanted to question the dates you had on that last slide about the Biscayne Bay and the seepage barrier discussions in the public workshops. Is that March of 2020 or 2021?
March. Sorry, it's March of this year.
It is? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you already done modeling, hydrological modeling relative to how this seepage barrier, as it's conceived now, would affect the Biscayne Aquifer and Biscayne Bay?
I believe there is some modeling information available, but that's part of the process that will go into the planning process that would end around March, April of next year.
So we might not have that information available at the March of this year workshops?
I think you might have some.
Yeah, so it's a good question, and part of what we're going to do during our public engagement in March is to roll out some of the objectives of what the study is going to be, talk about some of the challenges. Lee brought up a very good one. It's a very fine line between how deep you have a seepage management wall or a curtain barrier so that you allow enough water to come through and recharge the aquifer in those municipal wells, but yet not so much that you have flooding. So there's been some initial sensitivity work, but this is part of the process that we go out, engage the public, kind of talk about the process and what we're going to do, take some information and back, and then they'll really get into the meat of the study. So there will be some information because there's been some work that's initially done that will be brought out, but a majority of this work is still yet to be undertaken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, for that. Not so much of a question, but a comment. If you ever have any, this is a super complex project, and that south end of the system is super dynamic. And the water that we're putting into the park is moving in such a way that it creates these flooding challenges. And the rock, there's rock at the USGS office in Davie. It's Swiss cheese. That Bird Drive Basin project, that water flows in pretty fast. And so understanding some of those components when you come into this discussion of the curtain wall with or without, portions with or without, and understanding that flow of water and how it moves through and how COP and SEP South and all of these components play into the linkages that we're talking about as you engage this topic is super important to have a foundation and understanding with relationship to what Mr. Hefty was talking about, Biscayne Bay, drinking water and how we approach this as a body to really get engaged into the details. I can't urge it enough on this specific topic and how we evolve. Thank you.
One last look around the table for questions. Megan, thank you very much for the update.
Thank you, Megan.
Go ahead, Adam.
No, just thank you, Megan, for the time.
Okay. At this point in time, I'd like to ask Colonel Kelly to introduce our next presenter for agenda item 5.
Awesome. So moving on to the CORES part of the program, and I'll let Howie kick it off.
Thank you, sir. I want to start by wishing everyone a happy Mardi Gras. Alan mentioned king cake, and so we'll partake of that at lunchtime. But again, I'm Howie Gonzalez. I'm the chief of the Ecosystem Branch in Jacksonville District in our Programs and Project Management Division, and I'll be going over a briefing today, a little bit different than usual, and with more of a focus on some specific program and project items, acknowledging that briefs in December at this meeting, January at the multiple briefings at the Everglades Coalition Conference, and ultimately where we land here, timing being good, to talk about our FY20 and 21 budgets, touch on our 2020 report to Congress effort that's ongoing right now that many of you are playing a role in, and talk about 2020 engagements, a specific ask from previous task force meeting in October from our leadership to ultimately start celebrating some of the successes that we've had and will continue to have in 2020 and 2021. Specific projects, you'll see the ones there, C-111 South Dade and Combined Operational Plan, our foundation projects, and then we'll talk about some comprehensive Everglades restoration projects, including SEP, and the 3 project implementation reports, the 3 planning studies that we have going on right now. So to start us out, tend to like to lead with good news, and that is with regards to our budgets, to the funding that we have available both in 2020 and what was identified in FY21 for both construction and, as I've briefed you in the past, operations and maintenance. When we construct a project, ultimately we turn them over to the South Florida Water Management District, who operates and maintains those projects. And under the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, we have a federal responsibility to pay 50% of those costs. So if you look on that left column, under construction, we acknowledge the $200 million that was identified last May. If you remember, that was a plus up from $63 million. We had been trending downward for about 4 to 5 years, and our initial FY20 budget was $63 million. And so in May, when that was plussed up to $200 million, we were definitely all excited and started building plans to best use that money. What was confirmed in the last couple of weeks was an additional $35 million that came in through the work plan. And from a process standpoint, it's acknowledging the work plan is where Congress takes funds and puts them into specific pots associated with our various business lines. And so in this instance, we had an aquatic ecosystem restoration funding pot under the work plan, and we continued to press and show that we had projects available to plan, design, and construct. And so we did receive an additional $35 million. So a lot of the work that we do here, a lot of the communications that you have through your agencies, through your different groups, helps that message resonate when those decision makers in DC are trying to allocate these millions of dollars. Staying with construction, the identification of the $250 million in our FY21 President's budget. And just from a big picture standpoint, the Corps of Engineers' budget is several billions of dollars, $3 to $4 billion. We only allocate about $360 million for aquatic ecosystem restoration. So as you're trying to do the math, you're realizing we're getting about 65 to 70% of the nation's aquatic ecosystem restoration budget. And again, that links back to the work that we do here, and the work that ultimately planning, designing, and having projects ready to go to construction leads to. So great effort here, great budgets here. They sync up really well with the integrated delivery schedule that we updated, if you remember, last October in 2019. And that will continue to look for ways as these budgets come to pull projects, to pull design efforts to the left to accelerate those efforts. Jumping over to operations and maintenance, the $5.5 million that was initially identified in our operations and maintenance budget for FY20 was allocated primarily for what we call biological opinion requirements. And so there wasn't any money in our initial FY20 budget to provide for cost share on our comprehensive Everglades restoration projects. So projects like Miller Pump Station, Faka Union Pump Station, the pump stations of the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, levees that were completed for the Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and Broward County water preserve areas, the Site 1 impoundment levee armoring. So all of these projects we expect the South Florida Water Management District to operate and maintain, and without having money to cost share. Our federal share stresses their resources. So fortunately, we continued to preach the requirement of our federal share, our federal portion that has to be paid, and that led to an additional nearly $8.4 million in FY20 to cover that CERC cost share, not only for requirements from this year, but requirements from prior years. So this kind of gets us up to speed, gets the accounts balanced. And you see that we were successful in FY21 with the continuity of both the funding required under operations and maintenance for biological opinions and the funding required to cost share CERC. So from a program management standpoint, as that 21 President's budget came through for both a construction and operations and maintenance standpoint, it was pretty much best case scenario. Now, do want to confirm that several folks have asked, well, what are the details? Where is that $250 million under the FY21 President's budget going to be allocated? And unfortunately, right now, we aren't allowed to talk about the specifics of that. That is most often tied to, for those of you who have been in this game for a while, the justification sheet. It's a document that the Office of Management and Budget produces, and it's their thumbs up on where they agree with us, where they feel that $250 million should be allocated. Now, we're not in a special situation. They haven't released any of the justification sheets for any of the big programs and projects nationwide. So we continue to communicate what our allocation breakdown should be based upon our integrated delivery schedule. We continue to have dialogue on some of the bigger ticket items, and as you can imagine, one of those bigger ticket items is the Central Everglades Planning Project, work both associated with the project that was authorized in WRDA 2016, the original SEP, and work that was authorized in WRDA 2018 as a part of the state of Florida's Section 203, the post-authorization change report that they conducted. So we're full steam ahead on SEP to what we can right now from a planning standpoint, designing features for SEP South, SEP North, and supporting South Florida Water Management District's efforts on the SEP new water components. But again, that uncertainty still exists. So an ask from this group would be to continue to communicate the importance of the integrated delivery schedule, the Central Everglades Planning Project, and ensuring that the investments that we make in FY20 sets us up for the appropriate allocation and expenditure of resources in FY21. Okay, the next few slides are for a report to Congress, and these are pretty similar to what we briefed to you in December. This first slide covers the requirement for a 5-year report to Congress, and this isn't the Corps of Engineers report. This is our report. It's supported by both the Department of the Interior, the state of Florida, and the U.S. Army, with communication across, as you see, with the Environmental Protection Agency. So the resource agencies, that are contributing to our South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. And our due date for this is going to be December of 2020. So we've had our kickoff meetings with project delivery team members being identified for the various agencies, and we then kind of assess what parts of the report need to be updated, who's going to update those particular portions, and then we launch off in writing this report, similar to how our project delivery team prepares a planning document. So you see that wrap up there in December, and so my ask from the team on this item is to continue to stay engaged, continue to stay involved with preparation of this report. And here are some more up-to-date timeframes for short-term, what we're looking at accomplishing in February, March, and April. So you already see, we're looking at a first draft of report sections in the next couple of months. So with regards to 2020 engagements, again, this was with the tasker of let's celebrate our successes. Let's really get some attention on this program, acknowledge where the $250 million, $235 million in FY20, $250 million in FY21 will be going to. So this is an initial shot at a list of actions that we're confident in being able to achieve to celebrate both the completions of projects, those are ribbon cuttings, the initiation of projects in the form of groundbreakings, and ultimately even signing ceremonies being pretty important because, as many of you know, lots of process, lots of administrative documents that need to be accomplished. And when we sign a project partnership agreement, that's a big deal because that's the federal government's commitment, and in this case, the South Florida Water Management District and State of Florida's commitment to ultimately build these projects. So you see starting in May, and this will be linked with the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force meeting, will be a ribbon-cutting event for the construction completion of modified water deliveries in C-111 South Dade. In July, seeking to accomplish this near the governing board meeting date in early July would be a signing ceremony for the project partnership agreement for the Central Everglades Planning Project. You see the ribbon cutting on the Kissimmee River restoration to signify backfill completion. This is the one that probably has the most risk because it's dependent upon Mother Nature, and she hasn't been too supportive of us in the Kissimmee the last couple of years. But at this point, we're driving for Kissimmee construction completion by the end of 2020. And for those of you who have been in this game for the 20-plus years, I'm seeing Lawrence Glenn over there smiling at me. The idea of completing construction on the Kissimmee River is a huge milestone for us to ultimately celebrate. And then out into December, you see the groundbreaking on the Corps of Engineers' efforts for Central Everglades Planning Project for the components in the south that we'll intend to construct, with construction contracts initiated in September of this year. And signing ceremony for another project partnership agreement, this time an amendment to wrap our arms around and get the Central Everglades new water components under agreement. So that's what we have here. And again, we'll continue to coordinate across with Department of the Interior, Everglades National Park, for events there, obviously with the South Florida Water Management District for their events, and just expect that 2020 is going to be a year of celebration for us. Okay, moving on, talking about program structure. I know I've shared this slide with you before. You know, with what I just expressed on those previous slides, this time next year, this slide's going to be pretty boring, right? I probably won't have My Waters on there anymore, Kissimmee on there anymore, or even the ENSF box on there anymore. So again, the items we'll focus on today are those highlighted in yellow, but understanding we have a lot going on. So we'll start with C-111 South Dade, and acknowledging that construction completion, there's some small berm armoring that we're doing, so I can't say my construction's 100% complete, but the crews are set to mobilize in the next couple of weeks and make that happen. Concurrently, we're doing a post-authorization change report. For those of you that have been out there and we've had an event at the S332D pump station. If you traveled a little bit further north, you'd cross paths with the S332B and C pump stations, and they by no means look anything like the S332D pump station. And that's because those pump stations are temporary in nature. And so our post-authorization change report is meant to address that. It's meant to put more permanent structures in place, more reliable structures as we look at the long-term operations and maintenance of the South Dade project and how it links up with modified water deliveries in the north and C-111 spreader canal in the south. So that's a report that's set to go to Congress for WRDA 2020 consideration. We're in the final stages of completing that report, and my ask of you is that in the next month and a half, we'll have an instance where that report will go out for state and agency review. So to the extent that we can track those timelines, get those state and agency review comments in, that'll allow us to continue to push forward with our documentation necessary to seek WRDA 2020 authorization of making those temporary pump stations permanent. Next up is modified water deliveries to Everglades National Park, and again, with construction being complete on this one, our efforts have been focused for the last couple of years on a combined operational plan. That schedule for COPS completion is maintained at August. The draft EIS is currently under public review, and we have the public meetings from last week, which I know several of you attended, with the meeting here on Tuesday, and I think we wrapped up in Cutler Bay on Thursday. So thank you for your support at those meetings. Those meetings are very important to ensure that, you know, we get the comments, we get the feedback, we get the support, or in some instances, lack of support. We get all of that on the table so that when we put a document forward for approval, it's taken all of those items into consideration. Definite from a linkage standpoint and staying common with that theme, this is linked to Central Everglades Planning Project implementation. And so this year, of that $235 million I have, approximately $80 million is dependent upon continuing on schedule with COP, getting a biological opinion on the Central Everglades Planning Project, and that biological opinion is based upon information that's being developed in COP, and ensuring that we have those documents, have the permits in place to be able to award the construction contract for Central Everglades Planning Project once we execute the agreement in July and award the contract in September. So now getting into comprehensive Everglades restoration plan projects, and first up, we'll talk about Central Everglades Planning Project. I could probably spend about a day with you just talking about all of the nuances about SEP and all of the challenges that we face, you know, both in this group and up the line as we work through the steps necessary to get to construction. That's our goal, execute an agreement and get to construction. That's going to help us use the $235 million this year and $250 million next year. So we've briefed in this forum before the idea that SEP is broken up into three pieces, right? We have SEP South, and that's where we intend to spend the majority of our effort now to sync up with the South Florida Water Management District SEP South efforts currently under construction. We have SEP North, which is our next effort where we intend to do a validation report, but overarching and concurrently with all of that, we're working on SEP New Water. And so the big effort we have going on is the follow-up report that Megan referred to. This is coming out of the Water Resources Development Act of 2018, and that's Section 1308 that says the Corps of Engineers, as directed by the Secretary, will go produce a follow-up report that answers all of the review comments that the Office for the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works had on the state's post-authorization change report. We're tracking good for May to complete that report, at which time we'll be able to communicate up through the Army to the Office of Management and Budget and across to Congress that we did the follow-up report, all of the comments have been resolved, and that we have a sound project to implement. So in the meantime, we're supporting the South Florida Water Management District's efforts to get design efforts complete. Corps of Engineers is working preliminary design on efforts for SEP New Water so that once we do get that approval, we're best postured to use FY20 money and potentially FY21 funds to keep that project on course as it's identified on the integrated delivery schedule. That last bullet does acknowledge the link to COP again and the importance of getting through those final steps to allow us to execute the project partnership agreement in July and start construction on SEP South in September. Okay, next three projects are our project implementation reports, the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project. And names do matter, right? This was formerly the North Palm Beach County Part 1 project. Doesn't quite sound as environmentally friendly as the Loxahatchee River. So names do matter, which links a little bit to BBC, which I'll mention again in a moment. But this project right now is out for state and agency review. So again, I ask from you is as that deadline approaches in March that we were able to get those state and agency review comments in. That will allow us to finalize that report and continue on track for a May 2020 Chiefs report and WERDA 2020 consideration. The Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, again, another project that I've briefed in this forum before. We're in the final stages of development of that project implementation report. We have continued dialogue with our vertical team, and last week there was a discussion with regards to that project's readiness to go to state and agency review. So we're still in dialogue, and ultimately we expect in March to get that green light for that project implementation report to go to state and agency review. Another opportunity for y'all to review and provide feedback on that recommended plan and what we intend to implement on LOPE. Pursuing that Chiefs report in May 2020 for WERDA 2020 consideration. And then lastly, Western Everglades Restoration Project. This project has moved through a bunch of different sequences as far as go, no-go over the last 6 months. If you remember at the task force briefing in October, we briefed our intention to terminate this project. We've worked really hard following that meeting with multiple meetings face-to-face, lots of communications over the phone, and ultimately we received letters of support for the project and conducted another follow-up meeting with stakeholders and participants last Friday. So at this point, the ball's in the Corps of Engineers and South Florida Water Management District's court to identify what's required to get to completion of that project implementation report. In some instances, it's as easy as picking up where we left off last July when we made the call that we were going to move towards termination. In some instances, it's listening to the feedback we received and information we got in the letters of support to ensure that we have the right set of answers in our project implementation report that does what all project implementation reports do. It has to be legally sufficient, it has to meet policy, and be a project report that we can propose to Congress to recommend authorization. So at this point, we're looking at a second smart planning waiver. What that means is Corps of Engineers is asking for permission to extend the time, extend the funding that we allocate to this project, and get us back started again. So, from a scheduling standpoint, the goal is to have a tentatively selected plan, that's TSP milestone meeting during the summer. But again, as the team is now working up, schedules, we want to make sure that we get it right. So more to come on this as we move forward, but thanks for everyone's support and participation in ensuring that the work project continues on. So that brings me to my last slide. I have two alibis to share with you. The first being that name change on what was previously Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 2 C-111 Spreader Canal Eastern Project. Couldn't quite get a good acronym out of that one, and so we sent the team down to St. Cloud to not only work on the acronym, but ultimately come up with the scope that's going to get us to a good, solid project implementation report. And so again, it's the Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Project, or BBCR. So that project is set to kick off this July. We actually received the fully funded amount for that study, so we won't have to be in question on whether funds are coming in FY21 and beyond to complete this study. So that's something that as we work with the BBRRCT, right, a subset group of this working group, we'll be meeting with them in April to discuss that project management plan. So good progress going forward on that particular project. And my last alibi is with regards to and linking in with some of the discussions that Megan ended her presentation on, the idea of flood risk management in the Central and Southern Florida project. So for the last couple of years, we received letters asking for the Corps to make a consideration of looking at the Central and Southern Florida project in a context of flood risk management, sea level rise, resiliency, and the initial ask was that we tie it to the South Atlantic Comprehensive Coastal Study. And so that didn't quite gain the traction that we wanted, and so what the Corps of Engineers is doing is working through the more traditional process to pursue a new study start that would be a flood risk management study, not an aquatic ecosystem restoration study. And that's really important because when storm events come through, the funds that ultimately are supported in a supplemental plan tend to focus in their support on flood risk management. And so as much as we've tried over the years to get funding for aquatic ecosystem restoration, we've had one or two rare instances where we received some money on Kissimmee. It's really tough to get ecosystem restoration money when they're handing out money for flood risk management. So this new study process would allow us to start a new feasibility study and look at everything associated with flood risk management in the Central and Southern Florida project, to include seepage management and the items that we've spoke about today. So as you see an effort by the Water Management District or the National Park or even Miami-Dade, I feel our goal is that if and when we get this new start granted, we'll be able to roll all those items up into a larger scale study. So we'll continue to work and support these other efforts as we can while keeping everyone up to speed on our anticipated new study start, another study with which we would partner with the South Florida Water Management District. So I appreciate your time. That's all I have for you today, pending any questions.
Thank you very much, Howie. Great presentation, a lot of information in there. And in terms of your, I'll open the floor with questions, but I'd just like to hit you on that new start. In terms of that new start, what type of time frame could that potentially be? Is that something relatively near term, or is that something in the 3 or 5 year time frame?
For the New Start CNSF study, if it's linked to a supplemental, it could happen fast. It could happen within the next year. If we have to continue down a traditional path in competing both at the district, at our regional, and at our headquarters level, it could be a 3 to 5 year process.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. I'll just looking around the table here. Joan?
Did I understand that that's linked to sea level rise issues, the flood risk study?
Yes, Joan, it would be. So as we would scope that project, we would look at sea level rise, climate change, resiliency of the system, as it stands now, and its ability to continue to provide flood risk management with those expectations.
Oh, good, thank you.
Yes.
Superintendent Ramos?
So I want to acknowledge your leadership, Colonel, and that of Colonel Polk. That meeting last week and conversation that we had at Big Cypress was important I also want to acknowledge the efforts that the district is making to finally come up with the data that's been missing all along. I think that, them stepping up to generate that information is huge for this project. It brings the clarity that we have been needing in order to relieve some of the anxiety that so many people have expressed over the past 3 years around this project. It's an important project for all of our National Park Service interests down here in South Florida, particularly Big Cypress and the park. But as we know, folks have been very concerned about potentially losing their property or being affected in terms of their property use as a result of this project. And it's great to have seen the Corps engage in, again, these conversations that have been taking place, helping folks understand that, I forget the term that the LTC used last week at Big Cypress. I think it was, this is not business as usual. And it is not usual to see you guys do something in that kind of way, not business as usual, but that's what it takes sometimes. So thanks for that.
Dave?
Yeah, Howie, I just want to just make a comment. And somewhat, it could be perceived as being contradictory what I said earlier about the importance of expediting projects. And I want to reinforce how important SEP implementation is. And the planning is certainly moving fast. My comment is just to remember the importance also of the adaptive management process as we develop our plans and implement these projects. And I want to draw attention particularly to the DPM experimental project. We looked at flow relationships and how we can best decompartmentalize the system and try to encourage the Corps of District and all our partners to really pay attention to what we're learning and try to use that information to make SEP, not only to expedite it quickly, but to maximize this probability of success. So we have full speed ahead, but with the eyes wide open. Thank you.
Dave, if I may, the adaptive management process, I might need to do some homework on this, so correct me if I'm wrong. The adaptive management process takes place through the channels of recover as well, and correct?
And the projects. The projects have a mandate for adaptive management. And I think one of the areas where we have room for improvement really is this integration of project level and system-wide analysis. And Recover's been struggling with that. It's been an overt need. But I think we're all under the adaptive management umbrella, and it makes sense. Otherwise, you have a linear engineering process. You put your best plan forward, you implement it, and you just keep going. That, obviously, with a dynamic ecological system that we're manipulating and changing stressors like exotics and climate change, sea level rise, we need to learn as we go and manage the system in a dynamic manner also.
Yeah, completely agree. And the reason why I brought it up is I wanted to tie that back to our priorities discussion on the Recover funding, because they're kind of tied together. And as we're moving together at a faster rate than we have in previous years, just tying that link back for this group here, coming full circle.
Yeah, absolutely on that one.
Thank you. Last round around the table for Howie's or comments on the discussion we were just having. Okay, Howie, thank you very much for the very detailed presentation. I would like to recognize Colonel Kelly. Colonel, thank you for your efforts going forward and recognize your leadership on all these projects and during this time of acceleration, and welcome you to comment a little bit on the Lowson project.
Great, thanks. So my goal is twofold. One, not to show a single slide, and two, to try to get us closer to back on time. I think I can do. So kind of starting on the LOSUM, what I'd like to do is take a half a step backwards and talk just very, very briefly about kind of where we are right now. Because LOSUM is really about where we're going and the next decade of how we're going to think about Lake Okeechobee water and how it's going to be used, you know, kind of, and I throw that out there typically as I think it's about a decade-long operations manual is what we think it is. But I'll take it back just a little bit, so current and last year. So last year, Lake Okeechobee, kind of hitting on what was just mentioned and adaptive and being smart. We took a look at last year after having several years of high water and some damage and some issues with algae and some other things, and really seized on an opportunity to bring the lake level to a lower point, to try to help the ecology of the lake and mitigate some of the other things we just talked about. We think it was successful. Some of the indicators we saw was, you know, positive oyster habitat. We saw, you know, an increase of subaquatic vegetation from about 5,000 acres to about 28,000 acres. We didn't really see any significant water shortage issues last year. So coming out of last year, that was, you know, we're looking at that as a success. Obviously, there's more data that we need, and some of the things like subaquatic vegetation you need to see over time, and most people in this room know that more than I do. But we'll see how that goes. So this year, walked into the dry season this year with a little bit of a different perspective. So while I think 3 days ago we were within 1/100th of an inch on the exact same date of the lake level at this time last year. So, but last year it took us a heck of a lot of work to get there. We were forcing water out to the estuaries in quantities that nobody liked and nobody wanted. This year we're on a little bit of a different posture, and we're retaining some water, and we haven't been pushing hardly any outward to try to bring the system into better balance. It would be unwise and unhealthy to kind of continue what we did last year into the future. So we think this is in better balance, and one of the indicators I use just as a completely, you know, non-scientific measurement is I am spending about half the time in very difficult conversations about water supply, whether that be, you know, lake water needed for Florida Bay or municipalities, and, you know, the drivers of more water supply and holding more water. Tough conversations about that, and I'm spending about equal numbers of time with folks that are challenging me routinely on, you know, making sure that the success we had last year is repeatable, and we don't have any estuary issues. So from a non-scientific standpoint, I think we're doing okay in terms of balance, and how we're looking going forward. We see a good year ahead, you know, Mother Nature cooperating as necessary. And that kind of brings us into the LOSUM piece, right? So that's what we're doing currently, ongoing right now. And what we're doing with LOSUM, and I just want to make sure that I use the time to articulate, remember, the 4 LOSUM objectives, which is manage risk to public health, safety, life, and property, continue to meet authorized purposes for navigation, recreation, and flood control, improve water supply performance, and enhance ecology in Lake Okeechobee, northern estuaries, and across the South Florida system. So those are our objectives, right? That is what LOSUM is intended to do. And we changed the name, as I've mentioned a bunch of times before, that we're trying to get a little bit more of a system operation rather than a specific lake operation. I'm realizing now it's a little disingenuous because we can't quite make that linkage yet, but we will be able to over time. And so as we move forward with LOSUM, you know, we anticipate our formulation to be complete this summer. Our very next PDT meeting is 27 February. And in March timeframe, we're going to evaluate the flows south, specifically towards water quality and using that infrastructure. So we've got, I think it's 176, depending on how many you count, people on the PDT, and that's the stakeholders or their designated representatives in cases where stakeholders have others that are choosing to represent them. But we've got a wonderful participation, and it's really becoming very active, very vocal, very loud, very challenging, and that is all very welcome, because if people don't bring their issues in a relatively forceful manner into that group, then we really can't. We don't have any ways to hear them. And then moving on, into 2021, we'll work through the array of alternatives where we get to lake levels and kind of talk that through, all being done by 2022. So there is no doubt that we are going to complete this in 2022 and move ahead. And that is in concert with our rehabilitation for Herbert Hoover Dike. So as soon as we get the engineering complete on the dike, and we can understand the risks associated with all of the things we spent huge amounts of money to fix, then we can apply this schedule, which will have a couple of increments. We'll take into account the C-43 and the C-44, so the storage both east and west of the lake. That will also be encompassed in the system operating manual. So we're getting a little bit of the system. Right, and then I'd be remiss not to link it back to what we've been talking about earlier today, which is the COP portion, right? So as we've been talking a lot, how do we make sure that all of these things get linked up together, and how do we unify them, right? COP is going to open up the bottom end of the system. LOSUM's going to take care of about a decade's worth of lake levels, and the big one, SEP, is going to link those two together. And so we'll be able to see what those two somewhat disparate parts get linked together and actually, start getting the benefits that we know we can achieve. Because at this point in time, we're slowing kind of the degradation, but we haven't, in my personal opinion, turned the corner yet. But I think with some of these landing in short fashion, and then the linkages actually happen, we can finally see the number of benefits that we're really trying to get after. And then finally, I'd just like to thank, the majority or a lot of the people at this table have a great, they're cooperating agencies to our NEPA process, and only through that cooperation in front of, early in the process, can we guarantee success at the end of the process, number one, in time, and number two, in kind of consensus as we go forward. So with that, I just appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Well said. Did I see it? I thought I might have saw a hand go up. Any comments around the table for the Colonel?
I do have some comments, thank you. Colonel, I have the utmost respect for you, and I wanted to just say how much we appreciate the time that you've taken personally to come out and understand the issues of the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project. And we certainly appreciate the challenges that the Corps and your staff have in making these impossible decisions. All that being said, speaking for Palm Beach County, we have articulated a number of concerns that we have about the LOSUM process, not the least of which is the interpretation of the savings clause and how that applies in some of these decisions. And if the folks around the table, I only felt the need to make the comment that if the folks around the table are not familiar with some of those interpretations, I urge you to get educated on those issues. So there was recently some comments that were solicited on the EAA South Reservoir and STA, and Palm Beach County has penned a letter to the team. I believe it was Andy Lashivo and one other person, Krista Sabin, that articulates some of our concerns about the lack of consistency that we've seen, or the overreach that we feel that the Corps has had in interpreting discretion and what has been referenced in interpreting the extent of the agency discretion in making operational decisions versus how that fits into the overall SERP framework. So I bring that up to you. We've articulated those concerns in a letter, but I bring them up just to, I guess, let you know that we need to talk more. We need to collaborate more and to come to some understanding about where some of these decisions are being made or these interpretations are being made. Because some of it could be interpreted as being flying against some of the laws and assumptions that have been in place with SERP since its inception. And so every time the Corps, quote unquote, discovers new discretion, it leaves the stakeholders that are affected in a state of unpredictability. And when you have stakeholders that feel like they're part of a restoration process or not part of it, depending, that isn't predictable, then it undermines their support for restoration, and that makes it harder for all of us around the table. So I'm highlighting that there's a red flag, and that I hope that we can extend the extent to which the Corps is having real conversations about this beyond this is just a user demand issue, or there's a lack of interpretation of how much water is really used or what have you. We need to have real policy discussions around it. So I appreciate the update and coming to us about this, and hope that you will get a copy of the letter that we sent.
Thank you, Deb. Last call around the table. Colonel, thank you very much for the, excuse me, Jennifer.
I just wanted to express that I really support what the Corps has done in exercising discretion. We have seen physical responses, positive responses in the Clusackie River with expanding submerged aquatic vegetation, which is absolutely important. It's the base of our aquatic food chain. I know that we are spending personally, our organization as well as many others, cumulatively millions of dollars on aquatic vegetation restoration. And without what you're doing, all of that could be at risk and lost, all that progress. So I really appreciate it's a very careful balance that you have to be in charge of multiple objectives, but the fact that you give consideration to that and are working with stakeholders to put that into the mix and do what you can. And as you mentioned, really at no expense of any other stakeholder, we've seen that progress and those benefits, so thank you.
Last call again. Colonel, thank you very much for the update on LOSUM. Lots of folks have been engaged in that, including the ones in the room here. We're going to go ahead and juggle the schedule a little bit so we can get our teams to lunch. We're going to take item number 7, and we're going to bump that down till after lunch. But it's 12:15, and we have public comment scheduled for 12 o'clock, so we'd like to go into public comment. I'd like to ask our commenters to use a microphone and to keep their comments to 2 or 3 minutes. Irula Baquet? My apologies.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. On behalf of the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to thank the Corps, the South Florida Water Management District, and Miami-Dade County for the incredible progress we've made on the completion of the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1. As a former governing board member of the South Florida Water Management District that kicked off that project, it is really encouraging to see so much progress finally. And very encouraged also by the creativity on the planning phases of BBCW Phase 2 and C-111 Spreader Canal, which are now combined and renamed as the Biscayne Bay Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Project. Did I get that right, Howie? Okay, great. Thank you so much. We look forward to the upcoming draft of the project management plan, which will be coming out soon. And we want to thank the Corps on engaging in this new flood risk management protection plan or study on behalf of the Economics Resilience Group of the climate compact, the 4 counties, and the 3 chambers, Greater Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Palm Beach counties. We've been asking for a restudy of the CSNF system to ensure that the system has the capacity to provide flood protection and also to protect the region for the future, in particular with regards to resilience and sea level rise. So we're very encouraged by that and all the progress that we've made. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, Carolyn McLaughlin.
Good afternoon, Caroline McLaughlin. And so right now I would like to speak on behalf of the Biscayne Bay Restoration Coordination Team. I serve as the vice chair. So I really just want to thank the Corps, the district, Miami-Dade County, and all others sitting around this table who have helped advance the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project. It is the only CERT project with direct benefits to Biscayne National Park and is hugely important to Miami-Dade County and the southeastern portion of the Everglades ecosystem. So we are so excited to hear with this year's historic Everglades funding levels that the Corps now has full funding to complete the L31 East component, BBCW Phase 1, and we're so happy to hear that the redesign of Cutler Wetlands is on the way, and we can expect this phase of the project to be complete in just a few years. So thank you all so much for that. However, we also understand that the bulk of the project's benefits are going to come from the construction and operation of what was once known as BBCW Phase 2, and so we are excited to proceed with planning for the newly rebranded BB-SEER project. And we are very, very happy to continue to use the BBRCT as a forum for public engagement and for dialogue on this very, very important project. So thank you all so much for that. So now switching to my capacity, working with the National Parks Conservation Association, I have a few additional comments. Regarding Tamiami Trail, thank you so much for that update, Bob Johnson, who's not here. It's so helpful to hear that progress is continuing on this project. Completion of Tamiami Trail is going to be a tremendous victory for Everglades restoration and really the end result of 30 years of hard work on behalf of local communities and state and federal leaders. I know MPCA really worked hard to facilitate the submission of numerous letters of support for Tamiami Trail for funding from the nationally significant federal lands and tribal projects program. And we're so excited to see the project move forward. And so DOI, National Park Service, I very much encourage you to kind of take a note from the Corps' book and celebrate progress on this project publicly. Like, let's have a party and celebrate Tamiami Trail. Regarding seepage management, it was very helpful to hear kind of a detailed time frame for moving forward with kind of looking at the options for that. Just want to underscore and highlight Lee Hefty's comments and just very interested to see what the impacts or potential impacts would be to the Biscayne aquifer, to water flow for Biscayne National Park, but also understanding that there is tremendous potential for seepage management. So finally, related to the combined operations plan, I just wanted to provide some feedback for the draft environmental impact statement that is currently out right now. MPCA has been actively involved in the COP planning process since scoping began in 2017 and has been advocating for the restoration of Everglades National Park in Florida Bay for decades. The final operations plan will determine where, when, and how much water flows south into Florida Bay from infrastructure projects that have taken $1 billion in taxpayer funding and literally decades to construct. So finalizing how we use these projects is as important as the construction itself. So last week, there were 3 public meetings on the draft plan. We want to thank the Army Corps for holding an additional meeting in the Keys. The Keys community will be directly impacted by the results of this plan, as I'm sure you heard from many stakeholders in the Keys last week. And the quality of water in the Florida Bay is intrinsically linked to their lives and their livelihood. So we very much appreciate the work by agency staff to get to this point and acknowledge that the current plan would result in more water flowing to the Everglades, as well as offering clear benefits to Northeast Shark River Slough. Unfortunately, these benefits are going to be delivered in the rainy season, when water is already abundant. The plan fails to increase freshwater flow during times of low water availability, leaving Florida Bay susceptible to severe drought. So we urge the Army Corps, the Water Management District, and other agencies on the project team to take this last opportunity to adjust the operations plan and finalize a COP that delivers true restoration benefits to the Everglades and is not just a marginal step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Calling Drew Martin next.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club itself did provide comments to the Colonel in a letter, and those comments will represent the Sierra Club's opinion. I do want to say I have noticed in the newspaper a number of concerns about bird nesting and that there's not enough water in those areas. And I'm not going to be able to speak later at the public comment, so maybe you'll cover this in the ecosystem portion of your meeting, but I'm concerned about this. I'm also concerned that I'm hearing there's not enough water for Florida Bay right now. We're looking at moving into another dry period, and we may be looking at some serious, again, seagrass die-off, algal blooms in that area. It just shows how important the work is that you're doing here. Now, the Loxahatchee Group is also concerned about the Loxahatchee River restoration. The Loxahatchee Group, which represents the Sierra Club in Palm Beach, Martin, and St. Lucie counties, is also concerned about LOSUM. But we feel that the Colonel and the Corps has done the best job that can be done under difficult circumstances. Unfortunately, you know, people react to the emergency. But the reality is that Palm Beach County, Martin County, and St. Lucie County were suffering tremendously from these discharges. And that the gamble that was taken to allow water not to, however you've been managing the lake, has managed to reduce those discharges. And I think that people need to appreciate that the quality of the water has improved. And we look back at the stories that we were seeing a year and a half or 2 years ago of dead sea life all over the west coast of Florida, we didn't see that this summer. And I think that's an important accomplishment, and we need to give you credit for that. I believe ultimately that the basic problem is that we discharge too much water, and the reason we do that is not because of the Corps. It's because of development. It's because of the very counties that come to you and complain have allowed development into areas that should not be developed and continue to allow development in areas that should not be developed. And if you go back and you look at how the system worked originally, there was a ridge that ran along the very eastern edge of Palm Beach County. And the majority of that water flowed to the center of the state and not out into the ocean. We replumbed that system. And that is causing the center of the state not to have enough water while these discharges go out. Ultimately, I think sea level rise is going to force that to change. The other thing we've done is we've put commercial interests before the environment when it comes to how we utilize our water. So farmers have more power than wading birds. So farmers, when it comes time to distributing water, and the term savings clause is such a misnomer because it's not about saving water, it's about using water. I don't know why they named it the savings clause, because it really never was about saving. Because really what we want to do is save water for the environment. And what we ultimately need to do is start conserving water. And I attend the Palm Beach County Water Resources Task Force, and I bring up the same issue over and over. Why are you running sprinklers in a pouring rainstorm if you care about water conservation? Because that's the problem. Our landscaping is using up tremendous amount of water, and our agriculture, and then they are coming to you and saying you must make up for the amount of water we're using rather than looking towards conservation. Now, agriculture does conserve, but landscaping in urban areas is not conserving. And we've asked Palm Beach County to put in green infrastructure and to begin capturing water. So I think those discussions, which maybe you're not allowed to have, but those are the kind of discussions when counties come to you and say, we don't have enough water, then you need to say to them, well, is that because you're managing your water improperly? Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Drew. Now, before we break for lunch, we would like to recognize Alan Childress to give us a quick update on to give us a quick brief on our homework between now and lunch when we come back to let us know what we'll be coming into for the invasive exotic species prioritization exercise.
Yes, as a reminder, for those of you at the table, you should have a copy of this form. If you do not, please let me know. I will give you one. It's not hard, you're not going to be graded, but we would like to see your responses so we can bring that up in our presentation after lunch. So if you can fill that out and hand it to Carrie over here, we will tabulate those results for you. Thank you.
And then our second heavy lift after lunch for Laura Brandt.
Okay, so we're going to have some fun this afternoon. It all requires that you have access to the internet, either via your phone, tablet, only one, Adam, phone, tablet, or computer. And we sent around some instructions on how to get to the site that we're using. And so when we come back from lunch, after the first two presentations, we'll be getting into the software. So take a look at that and find the site. When you log in now, you'll get an error message because I haven't turned on the session yet. So you can just get to the sign-in screen before we start. That'd be awesome, and we'll go from there after the first two presentations. That's all. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, what time is that going to be? 12:30 to 1:50? 12:30 to 1. All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch. We'll call it 12:30 to 1:15, 45 minutes for lunch. And we'll ask that you come back promptly because we do have a full agenda. Thank you.
Ready? Coming over.
Thank you kindly.
All right, Fred, you gonna talk? No. Public comment? No?
Oh, public?
Nothing?
Yeah, sure. Public
yeah,
comment?
yeah.
No problem.
I'm going fast today, right? Right. Thank you for getting it already. I'm ready. Whoop, whoop.
We got a few more coming in from the lunchroom, but let's go ahead and get the ball rolling here before we get too late in the afternoon. Couple things on a housekeeping sense. After lunch break, we'll be looking for a motion for our minutes. And we'll be moving into agenda item 7, the integrated delivery schedule.
Fantastic.
Alan?
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to try to move through this fairly quickly so we can get on to the rest of the items for today. This is a reminder of what we discussed last time we were together in December. The task force had talked about having an alternative scenario for the integrated delivery schedule. And we also had comments about that at our last meeting in December. We're looking to bring a final product to the task force at their May meeting. The focus of that, for those of you who weren't here, was trying to find a way to portray funding for decision makers and having those different funding levels have a rational basis so that they were understandable. Also, we decided that we were not going to change the priorities as identified on the current IDS, and we would be including all the current and pending construction that is currently addressed on the IDS. We did discuss that redoing an IDS is actually very time intensive, and we really want to have a product that will translate well to decision makers, specifically to funding and timeline issues. We also said that there were a couple of additional issues that we would want to recognize in some way: sea level rise and invasive exotic species, as was mentioned earlier in our discussion about our action items for the task force. So following our December meeting, I've been working with staff at the Corps, the Water Management District, and DEP to try to figure out what this other scenario would look like, and trying to find a way to portray the needed information without having to rerun the entire integrated delivery schedule. Because redoing that placemat, there's a lot of moving pieces behind each of those bars, and if we're really talking about an end message, is there another way we can get there without having to look at all the details that go into an IDS? Also, the IDS is great. I love it. I think those of us in this room can look at it and understand what it's saying, but if you have a 2-minute opportunity with the decision maker, it's a lot of detail to get through. We're trying to look at a much more simplified way of portraying the information at a glance. So we're looking at simplified graphics and 3 proposed scenarios, looking at the current IDS, looking at a $400 million a year, the funding level that was envisioned in the Yellow Book, and also looking at a 5-year average of funding that we've had historically, and also addressing the issue of inflation for construction costs. So I do not have an end product for you today, because there's a lot of thought going into this. What we want to do is come up with something like that, but different. We've used this invasion curve for invasive exotic species because it's able to portray a lot of information easily in one glance, looking at areas involved, time involved, and funding involved. There's probably a way to get to the IDS information in a graphic that doesn't get into all the specific project-by-project details. We want to have some type of conversation piece that we can take forward, looking at what would happen if we got these different levels of funding, what would happen if we have these delays, or if we're able to advance and move more quickly in restoration. So today, wanted to make sure from all of you here that we have got the right message, that we can continue working on some graphics to display this message. And I stole a couple of bullet points from Miss Ava and the and the IDS. If you look at the big placemat, she has some comments on there. It was the presentation you did, introducing the IDS. Building on historic momentum was one of the comments. And also, current funding is heading in the right direction. That was a comment we all mentioned here earlier today. And looking at the funding levels on the current IDS, we see that there's some intense years coming up that will require additional and significant financial investment. And the message being that we need to stay on track with that funding. Otherwise, restoration is going to have 2 issues. It's going to take longer, and it's also going to cost more. But the return on investment, again quoting the Corps, is a healthy and resilient Everglades directly supports our economy and sustainability. That's why it's important. At the end of the day, we have to remember what this message is meaning to decision makers. So that's a very quick summary of what we discussed last time and where we're going to bring something forward to the task force in May. Adam and James, do you want to field any questions for me?
So I'm looking around the table, but I'll just start. This is an item that we do anticipate going forward to the task force right now. And there has been some work on it in the background, but needs a little continued refinement. In terms of the purposing and the messaging, any around the table comments or conversation? So anyone who's not aware, looking at the IDS, you got a couple, you said heavy years, and to put that into context, those heavy years are in the order of 800 million, I think.
Correct.
So not meeting some of the marks now or in the next years will definitely stretch out that timeline.
No questions?
Adam, any comments? No questions around the table? Okay, good. Thank
Did
you
I get
very
it
much,
right?
Alan.
I got it close. Oh, Ed.
Oh, hold on, Alan.
Hold the phone.
Just to kind of talk about, yes, there are heavy years out there, but if we look back in time, there were years where funding was near those heavy years. So it's not as, we have to put it in
not
perspective
unattainable.
of the whole history of Everglades funding.
Correct.
So if we, maybe, I don't know if we need to incorporate that, or it's just some one of the talking points in this rolled-up IDS, the new messaging IDS we're putting together, that it's not totally unprecedented what we're going to be asking for. It's happened before. The will was there. It could happen again. So we just need to make sure we're messaging it, because it is huge and it's scary numbers, but if we can say, you did it before, just make it happen again. So just
I
a
like
thought.
that. I appreciate that, Ed. Thank you. It's a very good point.
Yeah, very, very good point, Ed. So let's see, we moved things around a little bit on the schedule, but now we're going to move into our invasive exotic species. And Adam, would you like to provide some opening remarks for Carrie and Alan on this?
Yeah, thank you, James. As we've discussed this earlier this morning, the invasive exotic strategic action framework continues to be one of our focuses to carry along with restoration of the landscape. With the governor's support and continued investments into continuing to manage the system for these detrimental species, we continue to provide some additional support through the OERI, through the strategic action framework, in which we're trying to provide this update in advance of the 2020 reporting cycle. And leading our charge is Carrie and Alan, working with all of the agencies, and they're here to provide you that update and where we're moving forward. Not much to do, I don't think. Well, actually, we got the sheet, so I'll be quiet there. Anyway, thanks. Bye.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Yeah, this is a team effort, Alan and I, so I'm going to get us started, and Alan's going to come in at the end. So we were directed by the task force in 2019 to make this one of our priorities, and so that's what we're doing. And I want to remind everyone there were 4 primary documents that we were looking at. The main document is the strategic action plan itself, and the goals are oriented around the invasion curve, as you see there. Also, we have case studies that support each one of those goals, the preliminary action assessment, which is comprised of a very detailed current activities list from 2015 and a gaps or needs assessment. And then finally, we did a single-year cross-cut budget. So our time frame that we're looking at is summer or fall of 2020 for completion of this. Invasive exotic species action framework, we're going to start off with the document. We've had some agreement that we would like to keep the document pretty much the same, with a few exceptions. The introduction and the executive summary of change will have some different highlighted activities for the more recent events. In our case studies, they're currently under development, and they have a mix of updated 2015 case studies, but we're moving to some new ones in 2020 to reflect landscape level projects and also to highlight partnership activities. Preliminary action assessment, that's that very detailed document that I told you about. We had taken in 2015 all the kind of the exercise you guys did today, your working group members and science coordination group members did today. We had figured out what our top 10 or 11 were at that time to move forward on. We looked at it, we talked about what we were already doing and what else was needed. And so as we went through that document again, we started seeing where progress had been made. And there were 5 areas rather, where we saw progress. We saw progress in our research, in tool development, management actions, capacity building, and in improvements in coordination. And I have examples for each one of those here. So for research, we saw eDNA in a lot of areas, and these crossed our goal areas. So some eDNA work was done for identifying in prevention. Some was done in long-term management. So some was in EDRR. So that's why we've grouped them in this way. Tool development, you can talk about detector dogs are being seen throughout different project areas. We have them at the ports. We're using them in agriculture to identify infected trees. So we're seeing more of those tools happening and being developed. And screening tools is another one that this working group and task force were involved in. There's now a risk-based screening tool. The management actions, an example of that can be things like the removal of pythons from the National Parks Service lands by contractors. We've also had a lot of capacity building. So we're seeing lionfish as an example. Having that sustained program over the past 10 years has really given them a lot of information about how many are actually out there, where they're located, where you're going to find them, and so they're able to make those estimates and then from there figure out what kind of progress they're making. And then coordination improvements include these kind of joint control plans that they use for invasive plants, along with the best management practices. Our SISMAs all have lists of invasive species, plant species, as well as the state of Florida has a list of animals that are priorities for them. And then we done strategic decision-making on things like the TEGU, and then, of course, this group and the task force continue to make coordination improvements through this activity and others. And so we're going to move into our priority discussion, I think. And Alan's just getting that teed up.
Yep.
So I'm going to move over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Hot off the presses. So thank you, everyone who filled out the forms. I've spent diligent many hours reviewing your results, as you can tell. It's the most recent. Yep, that's the one. And Jose's just going to load that up here. If you can scroll down for me to this slide here. Flashback. Perfect. Thank you so much. Perfect. Got it. Yay. Okay, that's good. All right, thank you. So when we first worked on this document starting in 2013, the document is dated 2015. We worked with the technical experts to look within our document at all the many different strategies and prioritize those. And Carrie spoke to that. What are we going to tackle first? There's a lot on here. All of it is important. How are we going to get started? I don't expect you to read all of this, so I summarized it for you. In that 2015 exercise, half of the priorities were focused on that Goal 2 area, eradication through early detection and rapid response. With that, we already kind of had a hint of that, but this was just absolute confirmation that we needed to spend some time focusing on these efforts. And we have seen a lot of value added in Goal 2 over the past 5 years. Took a lot of effort from a lot of different groups, CISMA, FWC, all the partners, really focused in on this eradication EDRR piece of the puzzle. And so what was interesting when just recently we asked our pool of experts, again, what is important this year on that same list of strategies that you all looked at earlier. Again, you don't have to read all that. We took a look at this over the past few weeks in a comparison. And half of the priorities remained the same. However, it was very easy to see that a lot of those Goal 2 priorities we've tackled because those started to fall off the list. And there was a recognition that, yes, Goal 2 is very important, EDRR is very important. However, we need to look at our long-term management. We need to look at prevention. Oh my goodness, yes, containment, trying to control what's already out there. So now what we found was that there was almost an equal spread between each of the 4 goals, which is how it should be. We should be trying to expend effort, not in a panic where we're behind in an area, but overall strategically making sure we have all these different types of efforts being addressed. So we polled all of you, and if you didn't get your reward, which is a piece of king cake, you can have some shortly. We have a little bit left. And here are y'all's results. Again, I didn't have a lot of time to look at these. We'll do some more analysis. However, congratulations, guess what? There was a lot of overlap between what you said as managers of programs, perhaps, as opposed to the technical groups. So we are hearing some of those same messages. There were some differences in between. But if you can just focus on the first number and looking, we've got, we see 2s, we see 1s, we see couple 3s. We only saw 1 4 from y'all, which is a little bit different. That's the long-term management. That's where you brought up some of the other issues as being higher priority, a little bit different than the other group. But mostly, it was a spread between the 4 goal areas. So congratulations. That's wonderful news. Helps us move forward. Yeah. Excellent. And we'll continue to refine that and then help incorporate that into our process moving forward. All right, did you want to tackle our next steps? Sure. All right, thank you, Carrie.
Yep. So it's not on here, but does this not move it? Okay. It does move it, but it just doesn't show here. Okay. So our next steps are, we're going to continue this defining our 2020 framework priorities that she just went over. We're going to develop a coordinated budget. So I just want to kind of let you folks know you're going to see an email from us. We're going to be asking you guys for a point of contact if you want to participate in the cross-cut budget. Last time we did a single snapshot in time cross-cut budget, and that highlighted some things for us. It highlighted that we were spending a lot more money on plants than we were on animals. It highlighted that we were doing almost nothing in EDRR and everything in long-term management. So that's kind of our idea for using this tool this time. And so we're going to frame that out and try to get something to you guys soon. So be looking out for that. And then preparing for the task force meeting 2020. So we'll be communicating with you either by email or maybe in person coming soon. Any questions?
Alan, Carrie, thank you for the good presentation, and thank you for your work in the background on this. I know there's been a lot of meetings, and that takes a lot of effort. Looking around the room for questions in relation to that, to this topic, the invasive action species framework. Jumbled those words, but we'll just let that pass.
More of a comment, just so you all are aware, this is a multi-agency group that Carrie and Alan are really working with. From DOT has been a great supporter, and the state through many folks from FWC that are really dedicated to this, with folks from Fish and Wildlife Service, and so it's been a process, but it is happening on a routine basis to get to this place. So it is a lot of work. So I just want to acknowledge, great job, Carrie and Ellen.
So from here, we'll be moving into Agenda 9. We're still looking, we'd like to take care of the meeting minutes before we go on to the next agenda item. Is anyone prepared to offer a motion on the meeting minutes so we can move them forward?
Well,
have a motion from James and a second? Okay. We'll take a vote on the meeting minutes.
Any comments?
All in favor? Aye. Any nay? All right, meeting and minutes approved. Thank you. And now we'll go into agenda item 9, the system-wide ecological indicators. And we got Lauren Brandt at the podium. Lauren, I'm going to hand it off to you and Alan now. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. All right, so
Everybody should have had the instructions on how to log into Turning Point. So is everybody logged in? Not yet? Okay. So what we're going to do here is this is going to be an interactive session, and we're using this software. Uh-oh. Jose's walking around for technical support. Polling should, okay, until I initiate the session, until I get to the question, it will say polling closed. Okay, so every time we get to a question, polling will be open. When we're done with the question, polling will be closed. That's perfectly normal. If you get red, the session doesn't exist, then that's not, right now, you should be getting your screen showing that there's a little, what do you call it? Hour clock thing? Yeah. So we're going to go through and are going to ask a series of questions, and your answers are going to be anonymous. And as we move through things, I'm going to switch between, I'm going to show some PowerPoints to get everybody oriented to make sure that we're on the same page, and then I'm going to ask you a question. And then we'll look at the responses from the question, and then that will form the basis of your engagement and discussion.
For those of you who are struggling and can't get into the program via your laptop or tablet, you can try your phone. You don't need an app. It's just a browser access. So if you have a firewall on your laptop, you might be able to bypass it on your phone. I didn't say that.
Yeah. Okay, so the purpose of doing it this way is to facilitate the conversation. We have a lot of stuff to cover, and we're a little bit behind on the agenda. So I'll also point out to you that near your desk, there should be a sticky pad or sticky notes. And so I would encourage you, as we go through the conversation, if we don't get to your comments or there's something that you want me to know that it came from you specifically, jot it on that sticky pad, and you can either put it up here on the flip chart, or you can hand it to one of us when you leave today. Let me see what else. Okay, so also as we're going through the conversation, and especially when we get to there's be some short answer questions, you'll need to headline your points. So say it as succinctly as possible, because for the short answers, you only have 160 characters. Okay, so is anybody not logged in yet? Joan is not logged in. Okay. All right, so throughout the session today, and we sent this out in the agenda item and in the instructions, we're going to go through a series of dialogues relative to the ecological indicator section in the biennial report. And so we're going to talk about how satisfied you are. The polling will allow us to get feedback and then to actually quantify that and have that for the future. Understanding what you guys think the purposes and messages in that section should be, and then talk a little bit about the format and content. Is it meeting those purposes and messages? And then what are the things that we need to change to make it better? And it's interesting in listening to the earlier conversations about where we're going, the excitement about the resources that are coming up, and the need to celebrate successes and show progress. And so I think this is just another step in all of that. So with that, we have our first question to make sure that everybody is good on how the polling works. So Ghirardelli, 86% dark chocolate is the best dark chocolate. And you on your options there should be letters A through F. And right now I have it showing so you can see that as people respond, the percentages change. So how many people do we have here? So 1, 2. Okay, so I have 19 responses. I should have 26. Has everybody voted? Okay. So, as you can see here, we have 5% of the people who strongly agree, 32% that agree or are neutral, 5% that don't know, and then the rest of the folks disagree or strongly disagree. And so then what I'll do is I'll ask you, so if you said you don't know, would you like to share why you don't know? Whoever, if you answered don't know, would you like to share? Because if the reason is that you haven't tried dark chocolate, I have some here. Okay, so if you strongly agreed, then I would like to reward you by giving you some dark chocolate. So, I actually have enough chocolate for everybody, but it was kind of a fun way to get you guys up to speed on how to use the software and how we might proceed in exploring the responses. What's most fun is when you have very divergent responses, because then you can say, well, why do you have a bunch of people that disagree and a bunch of people agree? And that can stimulate the conversation. I think so. I think they're lost in the chocolate. That's okay. Note to self, don't use chocolate because it's too distracting. So with some of the questions, we'll spend more time talking about them, because if everybody agrees on something, then there's really not a whole lot of reason to spend a lot of time today having a discussion about it. It's where people don't agree where we want to explore that and have the dialogue. In addition, there's some questions we'll just kind of move through very quickly, because I'll use that information and summarize it later on. But while I had all you guys here, I want to make sure we get that feedback. So, okay, so it looks like we have 22 people, because I have a little counter up here that can tell me how many people voted on each thing, so I know when you guys have finished. So, okay, so this is just a background question, so that when we look at some of the questions, we can look at who's here and in what role people are responding. And so if you're an assigned working group or science coordination group member, or whether you're an alternate or other if you don't know what you are. Okay, so we've got a pretty good split. It looks like there's a few people that haven't responded yet. Oh, and if your device loses its connection, I was playing with this earlier, my phone I have AT&T, and if I stand here, I'd have like a little teeny bar. If I moved over here, I'd have 3 bars, and it would lose the connection, but it will reconnect you. So you don't have to do anything else other than wait for it to reconnect. So we have we have a higher percentage of science coordination group people here than we do working group members, but it's pretty close. So like I said, this is just come into play in one of the other questions that we have. And so just to orient us all on where we are, though we had a lot of the orientation this morning in some of the presentations, we are talking about the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program and the goals of that for getting the water right, restore, preserving, protecting, and fostering compatibility. And the program consists of SERP, Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, and I believe, as Alan mentioned when we were talking about some of the other things, the non-SERP projects. And these are some of, I don't know if they are all of the non-SERP projects, but this is what's really under the purview of the task force, the working group, and the science coordination group. And the report we are talking about today is the report that the task force has to do as a word or requirement to summarize the activities of progress towards restoration and report on the progress towards restoration. And that's the biennial report to Congress, and that's the thing that Marcia's going to be sending you the reminder out to fill in the information for the 2020 report. The specific part of that report that we're talking about is what was in Appendix B last year, which is the system-wide ecological indicators part of that report. And in the emails that went out about this meeting, there was a link to that report, and I'm hoping that you at least had a chance to skim it if you weren't already familiar with it from looking at it before, because this is what we're really talking about today. It's this reporting mechanism and the information that goes into it that is the focus for these questions. And so the first set of questions is going to talk about satisfaction. How satisfied are you with what we've been doing in this reporting, and specifically from the 2018 report, because that's the most recent one. And so overall, with that section of the report, how satisfied are you with the ecological indicators section? And this ranges from very satisfied to very unsatisfied, or if you haven't had an opportunity to review the report, you can say, don't know. Yes, I am. Totally intentional. Because I didn't want you to cheat, Dave. What's everybody else saying? Okay, I got 21, looking for one more. Still only got 21. Okay, you're good. Now we got it. Okay, you ready? Okay.
We can go.
All right, so yeah, so everybody's satisfied with it, so, you know. Okay, well, actually, you know, so there's a high percentage of folks who are satisfied with it. And then, so I would be interested if somebody who said they were unsatisfied with it, if you would care to volunteer why you're unsatisfied with it, or alternatively, if you don't want to share with the group, that's one of those things that I'd like to hear on the sticky note, so that we can, again, help us make the reporting better. So.
Rebecca Elliott, and Laura and I have had discussions about this before, and I've brought it up at other working group and science coordination team meetings also, is I feel like the stoplight indicators, with the way that they say prior year, this year, and it's just red, yellow, or green, and mainly red and yellow these days, I find it unsatisfying because it doesn't seem to convey the progress that's being made. And I feel like people don't take the time to really read the text, to really go into the details about why they're getting that rating. And I would, be a proponent of trying to figure out a way in a graphic way that people actually would get, very quickly, some of the more positive messages that we would like to share with people. Because if it's red, it's red, it's red, was yellow, now it's red. It's very, the message I think it sends, even though technically it could be correct in terms of the targets that we're looking for, I think in terms of actually conveying progress being made or, more detailed information, it doesn't do that.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca.
I actually had responded satisfied, but I agree that one of the things that stood out when I reviewed this before this meeting was who the audience is and how do we effectively communicate to members of Congress or their staff. And I thought as well that infographics, maps, and things could be incorporated throughout this, and agree that, you know, if you're looking at, do I continue to make investments in this on a national level, and it's, you know, in many cases not showing any improvement, or even in a couple limited instances showing a downward trend, that's not necessarily an effective message for us to be communicating to continue to get more and more funding. So I understand that scientifically it may be accurate, but I do think that you can tease out some of the successes and really highlight those more with graphs and maps and little maybe breakout boxes that would help to give prominence that overall we are seeing some progress and we expect to see even more in the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so one of the other cool things was you can divide it up by working group member versus science coordination group member. Since we didn't have a whole lot of divergence in answers, this isn't as interesting as some of the ones where there's a lot of divergence and then the divergence is based on groups. Okay, so now we're just going to go through a few of the pieces of the ecological indicators section, and these are things that are taken from the report itself. And so, for example, the geographic scope that the ecological indicators section covers, the map that's presented in the document is this one, which shows where the ecological indicators are reported from. And so as with the previous question, the question here is about the geographic scope of that section in the context of what the reporting is designed to cover. Okay, so here we've got a little bit more differences of opinions from satisfied to unsatisfied. And again, for me, I'm most interested in the unsatisfied because I want to know how we can do better. So if somebody who is unsatisfied with the geographic scope, would you care to share your reasoning? Joan?
Well, I only saw it briefly, but it didn't appear to include Biscayne Bay in that map.
It does. It does. Sorry. Even though we're in Florida, you can't do that. Oh, sorry. Wait, and this is being recorded, too. Dave, did you have a comment?
Yeah, and I voted for satisfied, but
Okay.
but I'm marginally satisfied. I think given the budget we have on monitoring, we've done an outstanding job of covering a huge area. So That's kind of calibrating what is satisfied. But that said, we used to have data on the West Coast on phytoplankton blooms that is no longer being collected. We've dropped some indicators or lessened them. And there's some areas that were never really, we have crocodilians and spoonbills in the southern part of the coastal wetlands, and we have virtually nothing on the southwest coast. The southwest coast is largely neglected. Much of Biscayne Bay is not covered. Now, you could argue whether, to the extent it should be, but, so I think there are some serious gaps.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and remember, guys, you can write down on sticky notes, or if you feel like sending an email to us also, we'll entertain additional comments. Yes, Ian?
I'll go ahead and add on to what Dave was saying there. For me, as a younger person coming into this realm, looking at the southern coastal systems as one large group seems a little bit over cumbersome. There's different issues that are happening in different areas within that large geographic area. And so it seems that maybe dividing that up into different groups and recognizing different issues in those areas, and then also spreading the coverage of monitoring in those areas as adequate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is simply talking about the number of indicators. It's not talking about what the indicators are, it's just the number of them, and we have 11 in there. So how satisfied are you with the number of indicators? Okay, so again, so a lot of folks are neutral, like 11, 12, 4, 27. But there's, you know, a third of you are unsatisfied with that number. So would somebody like to share your unsatisfaction with the number of them?
So speaking for the northern estuaries, at least the Caloosahatchee, having a single indicator for the Caloosahatchee, when we have a salinity gradient, we're only looking at eastern oysters. I think by looking at SAV, whether it's freshwater SAV in the upper river, like tape grass, and then marine grasses in the lower estuary, at least you're getting the salinity gradient. So it gives us a better idea what's going on. So I think, at least in the Caloosahatchee, we need to, it would be nice to have more indicator species.
Okay, other comments?
I agree that there should be more indicators to adequately assess the system's performance.
Okay.
Laura, is it necessarily more ecological indicators are the appropriate ones for that basin? You know, when you talk about, you know, ecological indicators for a system-wide program, I understand the need to kind of keep them constrained so that we're not chasing our tail with money and how do we optimize that funding. But, you know, what's good for the Caloosahatchee is not necessarily the same as the Florida Bay, Biscayne Bay, and around the region. So how to, that's the reason why I was kind of unsatisfied, just because I feel like there's more benefits that could be to the benefit of what Rebecca was saying is telling that story. And I think what we've spoken about when we were discussing this is is, I lost my train of thought there, the amount of funding in order to tell those finite stories per project. What is this project doing for the system and how to report that benefit as we bring the overall program closer towards a more rehabilitated state, a more restored state, and how do we tell those stories in between? And are those stories, project-specific stories, able to be told with just 11? Anyway.
Jennifer?
To that point, I think that directly speaks to what James had said about the Caloosahatchee, and that the minimum flow and level is a resource-based flow target around seagrass and submerged aquatic vegetation, and the C43 is the recovery strategy, the sole recovery strategy at this point for meeting the MFL. So if we don't include SAV, then we're missing the opportunity to really highlight what that project is designed to mitigate and improve conditions for.
Okay. Dave?
Yeah, I want to somewhat speak in defense of parsimony here, that we're covering a lot of ground with these indicators. What's the purpose of the indicators? These are largely a communication tool, to a synthesis and to communicate integrated understanding of the state of the system, our scientific assessment. So if we start parsing the system at a smaller and smaller scale with lots of different indicators in different regions, we will end up with a lot of noise, a lot of variance, and we will not have a clear message. I think, unfortunately, we have a very clear message in the past reports, and recent reports in particular, that the system's not doing well. I think that's an accurate assessment of the state of the system. If we could easily have indicators that would have shown good parts of the system and have more of a mixed message. So I think fewer may be better. 11 is probably minimal, but it may be better. Also, example of SAV in Caloosahatchee, Florida Bay is huge and diverse, but we have one SAV metric. But part of that metric is the diversity of species in different regions. So we're taking into account that variability. So we can improve our metrics to encompass basically the desired level of variability and suitability, that kind of thing. So, I mean, I don't know the details of that particular metric, but in some cases, we don't necessarily need more metrics. We might need better metrics that are more integrative.
Yeah, I would echo what you're saying. I think we can't get wrapped around a number. I think we need to talk about look at features of the performance measures that we have, what's the sensitivity and what's the ecological significance of that performance measure. That's where, you really want to put your lion's share of work to say, what is the most sensitive one out there that you think is going to show the most ecological significance for the type of change that we can affect through what that project's going to do. If it's water deliveries, we need to find something that's going to respond well to that, and it has to respond in a time frame that's significant as well. So there's a whole, literature out there on how to develop performance measures, and I think this group has done a great job being on the periphery of when those are developed, of trying to establish ones that are going to be the most useful in delineating between alternatives that we evaluate through SERP, and then ultimately saying, has the ecosystem responded in a way that we hope that it would. So, whether they need to be revised, revamped, some more included. But if you get too many, I agree with Dave, you get noise. When we did Kissimmee, we started with 61. Parse that down to 42, which is the guide to the universe's answer for everything. We're like, yes. And then we took that down to 26 because, we wanted something we could hang our hat on and say, okay, we feel that the science is sound about these performance measures, and these are the ones we're going to use to evaluate success. So it's really important not to have too many to where they're canceling each other out, but ones that even end, if you need one in an upper part of the region and one in the lower region, that's understandable, for sure. You just want to make sure it is reflective of what that particular ecosystem or part of the ecosystem needs, and how the change, whatever we're changing, is going to be able to pick that up and say whether it's in a good way or a bad way.
Okay, I'm gonna take one.
Sorry. With the Caloosahatchee, oysters respond to high flows more than they do low flows. So by being able to add an SAV component, then you can capture how the system's responding to the low flow issues, like Jennifer indicated. And I think there has to be a temporal component as well. I mean, I think it's important to know, what the salinity gradients are and how the system's responding, but I think it's also to know when those flows are impacting the different organisms. So in the Caloosahatchee, because it's such a, 70 miles for the entire system, it's a pretty big geographic area that we cover. So I'd say a minimum of 2 species, at least in that system, would be helpful. I don't know if that's the same way in other systems, but I don't think the oysters and SAV would cancel each other out. I think they would complement one another.
Okay, that's actually kind of a good segue into our next slide question. Yep.
I just want to comment on the question, if you went back to it. If somebody marked dissatisfied, you don't know if they're dissatisfied because there's too many ecological indicators or too low a number of indicators.
Correct.
So the bias is inherent with the way that some of these questions are asked.
Yep.
I think you could take that into consideration.
Yeah.
Well, no.
So you also have a sticky note, so you can explain it on the sticky note and we can look at it later. But yes, I fully understand that. And so, yeah. And some of the wording is intentional on those things. And then, because I forgot at the beginning to thank the few people that bothered that took the time to talk with me back in November, December, to help me figure out how to, what were the kinds of things, and then what are the kinds of, and when we get to some of the multiple choice questions, what are some of the kinds of things that I'm going to ask you guys to choose among? So those people that I talked to, thank you. I don't know if you want people to know that I talked to you prior to this, but I appreciate the input. So we were talking simply about the number overall before, and now what's up on the screen is the current list that we're using. And so the question is going to be the same here after I give you guys a chance to kind of scan through that, is from very satisfied to unsatisfied as to the spatial and temporal scales. And I took this wording from the report over which these indicators cover. And so it gets at kind of the questions that we were talking about here, is being careful about the indicators that we're choosing so that they represent the right things. And so just, given what you know and given what you've seen in the report, then how satisfied are you with that spatial and temporal coverage? Waiting on 2. There we go. Okay. Well, Joan, if you...
Hello?
I think it got yours.
No, it didn't. I couldn't have, because I hadn't put it in yet.
Oh, well, then there's an extra person.
I was trying to look at those to remind myself of all the indicators, just to be sure I did want to say satisfied.
Okay. All right.
So, what do I do? Nothing?
So you can,
Just add one to
got it.
satisfied.
Alan's got it. So add another satisfied on there on that list and do the math. So we've got Somebody voted twice.
Oh, there it is.
No, you can't.
So,
No,
okay,
no.
so again, you know, we've got a bunch of people who are neutral about it, and then people are satisfied, and then about a third of the people who are unsatisfied. And so if you are one of those unsatisfied people, would you care to share what would make you satisfied? Or what makes you unsatisfied, whichever way is easier to answer it? Or again, write it on a sticky note or write it in a thing you can send us later so that we can include that feedback. So there was a whole process that was used to set up these indicators back in 2006, I think it was. Well, this is when Bob Doran did it, so yeah. And so there were a lot of things considered. So I have Dave and then Rebecca.
Yeah, I'll go back to space and the same areas I mentioned before. The southwest coast, which is not really, not reflected in the indicators, the state of that part of the system. And going further inland to basically the whole mangrove system and marginal ecotone of the coastal prairies. None of that's included. And this may be jumping ahead, and I haven't seen your questions, but you know, plant communities of those regions are absent. Soils and plants are absent. So that, from a temporal point of view, that spans kind of for plant communities and soils, the mid to long range condition and likely future of the system. So we are missing, we have some pretty big gaps.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca.
When I look at those indicators, the juvenile pink shrimp is still there, which I know is very important as far as trying to assess them, but we haven't been. And I have to admit, whenever I see like the black show up on the chart, I'm always a little bit like, oh my God, they're all dead. So I wish we at least change that color if we're going to keep them there. But again, an indicator that you're not actually, monitoring for, I think it's odd to have it there and how to deal with that.
Okay, so just a comment on that, because there was a process that was used to set up the indicators, we did not want to simply eliminate completely the indicators that were set up in that process without having another process to decide if it should. The reason it is not there is because of funding, not necessarily because it isn't what we want. So that's why it's still in the report, even though it's not being funded to monitor it in the way that it needs to be monitored. But that's just a little bit of background there on that one. Okay, so that was kind of the background of the indicators, and now we want to think a little bit about, well, what is the purpose and the messages of this ecological indicator section in the biennial report? So this is a chance where you get to write your short answers, and they are not going to show up on the screen. And so I will be asking folks if you want to share what you think the purpose of the ecological indicators is in the context of the biennial report. In 160 characters or less. I don't know if I got yours, Joan. I don't have everybody's yet, so, because I have 13 responses, and there should be 22 or 23, depending on if the mystery person, yeah, if Adam's doing 2. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that's 2.
It did.
So it did take it the first
I'm going to be fired. Yeah, there might be a little bit of delay. And this is one of the ones that I'll be, I have, it'll record the answers that you guys wrote, and I'll be summarizing those for the notes. So you'll have that after the meeting. Okay, so would someone like to share?
I'll share.
Okay.
I said to assess the progress and restoration effectiveness of SERP.
Okay.
I'll go ahead. They just wrote to communicate the status of the natural system in relation to anthropomorphic restoration actions.
Okay. Anybody else?
So I also had to communicate how the system is responding to restoration efforts based on biological indicators.
One more? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now I have a multiple guess, multiple choice. We used to call them multiple guess when I was in school, because that's a lot of times what we were doing, just guessing which one the answer was, on the primary purpose of the ecological indicators. And again, some of this has come from the interviews that I had earlier on. And so you need to pick one of those as the primary. And it may or may not be what you wrote down. That's why I had you write yours down first. Okay, so show system-wide ecosystem responses to restoration is what 50% of you said. And then C is show trends in the status of the ecosystem. So any comments on that result?
So I did not choose the E about responses to restoration because right now we have several areas where restoration isn't occurring. So I kind of went to C, which is showing status of the ecosystem, which goes back to my previous answer, which was that the ecological indicators are not just an indicator of how things are improving, but also something to drive decisions of where we need to focus efforts. So that's why I went with C on this one.
Okay.
So don't take this personally as a follow-up, but I was going to pick on that answer, that the trends that are being shown in the report as it is right now are not very long time series. And so that time series, if we really do want to show trends of where we were and where it's going, it needs to be a longer time series to be able to do that.
Right, so A versus C, that's exactly the distinction. And what we are, there's a question here of intent, and the words really is pointed towards purpose, which I assume is synonymous with intent, as opposed to what they're actually doing. And I think what they're actually doing is A. If the intent is E, and I believe it is, we may need to do something slightly different or speed up the restoration program.
So when I was reviewing it, I had the same thought that Ian just expressed about C, about the trends only being between the last biennial report and this one. And perhaps if you do want to have that remain as a component, to go back to the beginning of SERP, and I understand that not all the projects were in effect, but they aren't now either. And I just think that it's difficult because we need the audience to understand that this is an interconnected puzzle and that we're not going to see all the benefits until many more pieces of the puzzle are put into place. But nonetheless, if we're going to keep that trend component in there, I feel like, as Ian expressed, that it should be a longer time frame, starting from the beginning of SERP and then continuing forward, and then hopefully over time we'll start to see some changes in the colors.
Okay, other comments? All right, so another short answer. The most important message for the ecological indicators to convey is Pedro's going to screw up my count now. He left. He wasn't participating, so he wasn't in my count? Okay. Oh, he was just, okay, so I've got all the responses then. All right. So same as before, have some folks that want to share what their messages are.
Hello? I
Yep.
said something similar, how the system is responding to management changes.
Anyone else? You guys are an awful quiet group.
So I took the route of thinking about that this is the biennial report to Congress, therefore, that's the audience for this report. So what do they want to see?
Right.
And they're wanting to see, we gave you a bunch of money, what's good happening? So we all, it's not the biennial report to the working group or a science coordination group. We have our own vision, but I know from someone who has to deal with the policymakers, we have to answer their questions. So I was more focused on, what are we getting? What are we getting and how much more do you need? So that was paraphrasing. Mine was much more eloquent, I promise.
Okay. Anybody else before we move on? Okay. Now you get to answer the multiple guess question. Rebecca, did it take that when you did it? Okay, so I've got 22 responses, so I think it took it. Yeah. Okay. So we are making progress towards ecosystem restoration. Is the one that came out to be the highest. Dave.
But what if we're not? I mean, no, that's the desired message. It's not, the most important message still has to be truthful. So it could be a negative. There's an inherent bias in the way these questions, I went other, because it's like everyone, I want, continued investments to get us to full restoration, and we're making progress towards, but that presupposes that part of the reason we have the indicators is to make adjustments. If we're not on the right track, we should know it. And then that involves more than the indicators, but hopefully the indicators are consistent with our knowledge of the system. So, yeah, yes, for me, yes, but not, here we're looking at the outcomes. We want the outcomes to be right. So, get back to the previous question. It's like, okay, get the water right. We get back to our charge. as restoration practitioners. And, getting it right means it may be iterative, back to adaptive, it may be iterative, where we don't get it right away. So the wording of these questions, I think, pushes people. Thus other.
So that said, Dave, and then we'll go to Jennifer. So that said, how would you have worded that be?
Message is for us, how far along are we? Are we on the, basic, yeah, what is, yes, the message is, here is the degree of progress. Here is what you're getting for your money. Here are our prospects for success. And it could even be, here's where we need some corrections.
So I was thinking along the same lines, but a little differently, in that I kind of wrote down that, we need to upfront convey which pieces of the puzzle are already in place, and that the benefits are going to come when the puzzle is nearing completion, so that we can manage expectations given where we are at this moment. I think when you're dealing with members of Congress, they're not going to understand that. And they're going to look at this and they're going to say, maybe what you're doing isn't working. And I don't think that is necessarily the case. I think that the bottom line is we just don't have enough of those puzzle pieces already in place right now to get the ecosystem benefits yet that we are anticipating. That doesn't mean that what we're doing isn't working or that it's not worthwhile. And I think that's the critical piece looking at this report that I felt would be hard to tease out and understand if I were a policymaker, but should be front and center to, before they get to the results, to have that context.
I would just add that, we're pretty early in restoration, so there's not a lot of resiliency in the system. So, when you have a wet year, you have a dry year, depending on when you're evaluating those indicators, it's going to show up very different in those reports. So I think it's important to note that, early on, those indicators are going to be responding very differently than they will when we build some resiliency in the system.
James?
And recognizing the bias that Dave pointed out, I did choose B because I like the simple wording of it. But I would also point out that we don't use these 11 indicators generally to track progress of restoration. We use the nuts and bolts of construction projects right now to track restoration. These are the outcomes desired outcomes we're looking for. We're looking for more seagrass, better seagrass habitats, better marine environments, things like that. We have a disjunct in there, and closing that gap and closing that disjunct in the future is going to be important to tracking that success. Call to highlight the two presentations we had on its success today. It's projects completed and structures built and things of that nature, because that's where we are in the timeline of restoration. All right, thank you.
I'm going to support Dave. I was almost another, but what I went with was, here's how science is supporting what we're doing, because I think it adds credibility, and I think it's important. You mentioned managing expectations. Some of these things we're not going to see significant changes for years to come, and it would be important to make sure that people aren't waiting for something significant to happen this year or next year. But as long as everybody understands that there are appropriate measurement endpoints that ultimately are what we're looking at for the future, and it's based upon a science approach, I hope that builds credibility in it.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're move on to the to the easy part, the content. So overall, in thinking about the content that was in the 2018 biennial report, how satisfied are you with that? Okay, so pretty similar pattern to the other ones. Some neutral, some satisfied, and then some unsatisfied. And so, again, if you said unsatisfied, is there something that you'd like to share?
This goes back again to the wording of the question. I put I'm satisfied. I'm one of the authors. It's like, who cares if I'm satisfied? I mean,
But your role here is as SCG, not as an author.
Yeah, it role as SCG. Yeah, Deborah and I were trying to say, who cares if we're satisfied? It isn't intended for us.
But you're supposed to be an SCG member,
Right,
not
okay.
an author
Well,
of the.
even SCG is the wrong audience, I think. Maybe the task force really is the audience. Are we satisfied, are they satisfied? And I don't know that I can answer that. And I don't know that most of the people here,
Okay,
Adam,
that's
are
an
you
interesting-
satisfied? You're probably a good representative.
Deb? Okay,
I was neutral too.
okay.
But Dave and I are over here having a little bit of an editorial conversation about this. But, the question is whether they're reading it and what they're getting out of it. And for the amount of time that's spent putting into something that is required by Congress, I get that. But how effective is it really being to the people that it's intended for? And that's why I'm neutral, because I went through the document, I did my homework, I got the email, and, I just can't see a member of Congress or even an aide getting too far in this document, given how they operate. And that's just what we talk.
No, actually, I mean, that's exactly the kind of stuff that we're trying to get at, because as the person who has to coordinate people like Dave to get me the information, it's a lot of work, and if we're not producing something that is having a value other than to check a box, do we really need to be spending all that effort to do it?
Can I footnote that, though? I think it's essential that we have our finger on the pulse of how effective restoration and the investment in restoration is related to the ecological indicators that we've always known from the very beginning were important. And so whether this is the tool to do that or whether there's some other way, we know that monitoring is essential. We know that system-wide, temporally and spatially is essential. And we have to continue to invest in that. And if we have to convince the decision makers who are making the financial decisions to do that, we've got to find an effective way. Whether it's this or not, I think is a good conversation.
My limited, my data set is very, very small with interaction with folks at the policy, at the senior level. But my interaction is they don't read it, they look at the colors. And that's how they make the determination about how we're doing down here. And that's it. The reading doesn't happen, and it's just the coloration of how bright the red is what the comment was, right? So that's the realistic nature, and how it's tough. And I do get it, this work is important, how we make this connectivity between us talking about, oh, we're getting close to, operational capacity of 333 North. That's great, that's progress. And how we make that jump over to that ecological, based on the long-term data set that needs to be acquired is beneficial. Sorry, but that's the truth.
Sorry, at the risk of saying too much, I just having worked as a state and federal lobbyist for so many years, I definitely look through the lens of a scientist and as someone who works with policymakers a lot. And I have to agree with Deb that I think the content is critical to have as an agency document for all of us. But when we are trying to translate that to Congress as the ultimate intended audience, we should roll it up further and use more infographics and maps and breakout boxes to really, again, highlight those successes and the main messages we want them to take away. I agree, reading it last night, I was just thinking to myself, I can't even imagine a congressional staffer making it through this document. It's too technical, it's too detailed for that audience.
And this is way better than it was 3 times ago. No. This is why we're having this conversation, because this is, yeah, we're still not there yet. So, okay, so go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, and I said dissatisfied for the same reason that Deb said neutral, which is that I look at it and I think the content actually is great content if you're willing to take the time to read it and are interested and patient enough. But, so I'm not really dissatisfied with the content. And what I was kind of wondering, are you going to, like, some point where you start talking about formatting?
Yep, that's after you guys write down what you'd like to see in the content, we're going to ask the same questions about formatting.
Okay, because I think that's where we're headed.
Right. So yeah, again, this is your short answer. If there, what would you like to see in the content? And it can be something that's already there, or it can be something that's not there that you'd like to see added.
I actually would like a section maybe up front that highlights when things have gone right. We never have full control because the weather often has the card to lay at the last minute and, just really influences what the outcomes are. But I think if we've facilitated, restoration success, such as the super colony that formed, or maybe if, again, there's ecosystem restoration challenges like Irma, that somehow we should be able to describe those up front in a way that it would catch someone's eye so maybe they could understand, why there's the ups and downs.
Okay, we're up to 20. It's interesting that this one didn't show the, okay. Oops, let me go back to that. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about some of the changes in the content. Does anybody want to volunteer something else before we move on to format?
I think that the indicators that we have are good, but we need a few more
Okay.
to get better coverage of the system.
Okay, so as, oh,
do
sorry.
Sorry, one more thing to add. Again, going back to the time series, and some of these indicators take longer to respond than others. And so if we're only looking at the last 2 years, and it was also brought up with Hurricane Irma and other anomalies that may help show variability in that time series, including some of that information in a compact, concise way so that it doesn't get lost in the staffers.
Okay, so same kind of question about the format. So we were talking about content before and then brought up, we're going to talk about the format. Well, this is where you can say you're very unsatisfied with the format. Hey, if you can follow it up with constructive, I don't care. Okay, so got a lot of people unsatisfied with the format. What do we need to make it better?
Simplicity.
Simplicity?
Laura, I think one of the things you need to include is, I'm not sure if this format or content, but not just the last year, not just the last cycle, like 2016, but the historical, I don't know how many cycles we've had, but as indicated, some of these indicators take a long time to respond. So I think showing all the years that these indicators are every 2 years cycle would be more helpful, rather than just the last cycle.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would benefit from an overview or summary of the results of each of the indicators, wrap it up into a summary, or make it a executive summary in front of them, to sort of give it to them in really concise, and then they can look at more detail. There is a more concise treatment of this someplace in the buy-in. Where is it? In one of the other documents?
I think in the full system-wide report, we have an executive summary. Dave?
Yeah, I think it would behoove us to reexamine the system status report card, and think about how whether that was successful or not. If so, how? Because the intent there was similar, I think, to what we're seeking here, to come up with a very high-level, coherent look at the whole system. And
How's that
my
strategy with the format?
impression is I don't think we succeeded, but I'm not sure exactly how to fix it.
Right.
So we should have a workshop and figure it out.
Hold that thought.
23% are very good.
So it was mentioned before, but if we converted this into less
Not
text
none
and
of
more
them.
infographics, I think it'd be a lot faster and easier to convey the more information that a lot of us are asking to
Very
put in there.
unsatisfied.
Example, the Chesapeake Bay Group, I heard them touting their metrics for years, and boiling it down to whether you could see
Right.
your sneakers in ankle-deep water, that kind of thing, wading in. So maybe some photos.
Okay, so you have an opportunity to write your stuff in here, or if you have more than your 160 characters, you can put them on a sticky note and we'll capture those. Rebecca?
I do think if there is text information that's important, that it should be given a headline, because you look at the pages right now and all the text is entirely the same. So someone really wouldn't know what paragraph to go to if they were interested in something in particular. So,
How's everybody doing here? Anybody need a chocolate break? We need to get up and stretch? Adam, you need some more chocolate? We've got 2 more sections that we're going to cover. Oh, yeah.
Dave, I'm mulling over your comment about the report card, because I feel this to be a lot like a teenager's report card, that when it doesn't have the great grades on it, it's gonna be kind of hidden or stashed and not as useful. So in my mind, that's kicking around between the indicators, between what we've got now and the report card, and you question the usefulness of the report card. Thought it was an excellent report card, but might not have had some of the reach that it could have had because of the story it's telling right now. It's telling a hard story. The system's in dire straits in some areas.
Okay, are people still working on this question? Okay, so now the question is, what are the changes that we want to make for 2022? And so in thinking about the conversation that we've had and in what you saw in the report, the most important change that you would like to see is, and again, it's a short answer. And I know some of this we've already covered in the conversation, and so you can either, reiterate something that you said before, or if there's something new that you thought of, that's fine.
Okay, people, come on, wake up.
It wasn't me. Usually it is, but. Well, that was because of the king cake. Oh, speaking of which, on the king cake, so James and Jose got the babies. Yeah. So that means they're responsible for next year's first king cake.
We thought about making the person who got the baby to become the vice chair of the SCG. But James already has a hat, so we didn't do that. All right. Wow, that wake-up call only got 3 more responses. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, 17. We're going, we're going.
So I guess the question is are other people still writing answers to this question? Yep. Okay. Okay. I knew those sticky notes would come in handy. I have more if you need them. Bob's holding us up. Is that it? Is that what you're? Yeah, yeah. Yep. I told him if he had 2 phones and he could channel Larry, then he was welcome to do that.
And I'm almost running out of battery power, so we better hurry up.
Uh-oh. All right.
So if you come to any questions, we say, well, Bob would say this, Larry would say that.
Yeah.
Actually, I did different answers depending on some multiple choice.
Okay. Everybody done? Because I think I have a different number of people now that we're close. We're good. We're good. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay. All right. So then now you get to answer the same question, multiple guess. And you can only choose one of them, yes. And yes, that was intentional. But we have had a lot of good conversation that you should see that some of these things are. I know. It's a good thing you had all that sugar. Alan's gonna get on there and log in just so that we can get to 22. Oh, shoot, I shouldn't have suggested that. I know, I knew, I was gonna say, you know, Dave, you're gonna have a really hard time with this when I say. Okay. Okay, so the one that had the most was the highlight success and setbacks and why, which is part of what we had in the conversation earlier, followed by the concisely state clear conclusions. Okay, good, good. Okay, so, and to switch gears a little bit from the report itself to kind of a broader question of what's most important to address that would help us then do a better job with the reporting. And so again, it's of the following, which do you think is the most important to address to help us get where we want to be with this reporting? This is where Dave's head's going to explode. Yes, that one too. He can't do it. Yeah, I forgot to tell you guys at the beginning, this might make you uncomfortable. You have to pick one answer. That's why we have chocolate. Are you done with that one? Yeah. Oh, okay. There's more. Not to worry. Okay, so what is the best? Oh. E. The best chocolate, yeah. I don't care about that question. It's the chocolate question that's the most important question. Does Larry want one? I've got 21 right now. Okay, did you do both of them? Okay. All right, is somebody still trying to get their scent? Okay, we're good. Okay. Wow. Okay, so 26%, so that was 3. How can our indicators, how can we, no wait, which one is that? D. How can our indicators better inform restoration decisions? How do we better integrate reporting indicator responses with restoration actions? And how do we know that the responses we see in the indicators are due to restoration? Okay, but not so much do we have the data, or how do we better integrate among the indicators? Okay, so this is some of the information that's going to be used. So all of the all the things that we talked about here are going to be used in conversations with USGS and FAU for looking at a potential workshop to help explore what the next steps are. And so same thing with the conversation that we're going to have now is about what is it going to take to make changes to the report.
So before we move on, I actually had like an answer that wasn't up there, which is the most important thing to address to me is, are we providing the most useful information that the audience needs? And, you know, I think that we look at it, and for me, the indicators are like, okay, you know, how does this work for restoration? You know, what can it tell me? But I have a tough time trying to see it through the eyes of the audience and what they're getting out of it.
And so one of the, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the key word in that one that got 26%, D, was inform. I think that we need to keep our eye on, you know, our mission here, you know, our purpose. And it really is informing you know, our upper managers of Congress, policymakers. How we better, more effectively inform, that gets to the other bullets there. So integration is one of the keys, because if we don't integrate, we have a bunch of different, you know, disparate metrics and messages, mixed messages. So we want to be integrative, like the word integration is used, or integrate, in several of the other options. But this is a communications challenge.
So one of the things that I've struggled with, and I've asked various folks and not gotten a real clear answer, is who is the audience? And, you know, we say Congress. Well, that's not good enough. It's like, who is the person? Who is the name? Who is the person that we could then talk to and say, is this doing what we need it to do? And who has the answer to that question? It's
I
not
would
up there.
I would start with, you know, contacting congressional staffers that work on natural resources and sending out the document and a brief survey and saying, do you mind taking a look at this and telling us, is this useful, or do you have ideas of how we can make it more useful? I definitely think even the buckets of indicators, you could group things into simpler categories, perhaps, and then have like more detailed underneath it. So like water quality, aquatic life, health, or something of that nature, and then have the sub indicators underneath that. But again, thinking about how do we communicate to that audience in language and terms that they can understand.
Okay, thank you. Deb?
Yeah, this might be kind of a weird analogy, but in our county right now, there's a lot of big regional environmental discussions being had around funding. And at the same time, there's a big conversation being had about affordable housing and homelessness as, you know, equally important issues to our county that we're trying to address at the policy level. And what I've noticed about the folks who can speak about homelessness and affordable housing as issues is that they have very succinct facts about how people are affected. And so their why is extremely clear. And I think we have been maybe a victim of a lot of our success, because the Everglades restoration is very complicated and it's multi-layer. But I think we might have gotten lost in some of the details of the technical details and information. And if we just kind of rolled back all of the things that the scientists know are important into why are we doing Everglades restoration in a really solid, graphically focused way, for the folks that we're trying to communicate at that level, but I think it would also be useful to communicate to the public in that way. This is going to take, it's a multi-generational effort to do restoration and to do any environmental work. And so it's got to be relevant at all times, and, you know, securing, looking at long-term water security for humans as a system, as part of the ecosystem that they're part of. If we got back to some of those, I'll use Megan's word, the nugget of information that we really want to communicate out there, I think that could help us, so that the driving why of Everglades restoration and then somehow filtering that into a technical basis for it, I think it's, I don't know, it's helping me try to get my head around that last question that about blew my mind. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good comment. Okay, so we're in the home stretch here, guys, so bear with me on a few more questions. So the next one's talking about the changes, and before we talk about the changes, it occurred to me that folks may not understand where the resources come from to support the reporting. And so that's my question to you, just trying to get a gauge of, do people understand where the resources come to do this, come from to do this? It's not, okay, because it told me I had lost the connection. So how do I restart it so that? Okay, did it restart it? Okay, because mine's showing green here. Oh. Okay, where's my refresh? Jose, it told me I lost my connection.
You're green, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
You want to minimize that? Did you have access to the internet?
Where'd it go? Yep.
You can minimize it, but it won't go away. Okay.
Oh, you wanted to
Just click on the spot.
Go ahead.
Make sure you have access. Yeah, you do have it. That's weird. I mean, you have access to the network. It's showing green, right?
Yeah.
This thing is not gonna move anyway.
It's a report to Congress.
Lost the internet connection?
No?
It lost the connection to turning.
You don't want to say, well, because they're not reading it, let's not.
The water management district blocked it?
It's too
I have
close.
no idea.
Figure out a way to make it. I mean, it's great information for the society, I love it. But then I look at it at the same time I'm reading it, I'm thinking, I agree. I don't know if anyone else will take the time to read, and if they started to be overwhelmed, because it's a lot, it's very text heavy, very detailed. A lot of terms are, you know, like, buckety staffers that
You still have access to the data, right?
I saved the session. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very
So where did my?
Especially when they can't understand the nuances, like that this is just very
So you got this one, right?
What do you mean I got this one?
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just gonna go log off.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. All right, sorry about that technical difficulties. But now you should have the question up on your device again. Yeah. So we're ready, so we can get going?
Back to the table, folks. Back to your
So
voting
now
booths.
it should have your polling open again for this question. So anyway, as I was
we're back open.
saying, it occurred to me that I wasn't sure that folks understood where all the resources came from to do this kind of reporting, because to me, it speaks to what is it that we need to do in order to make any changes in the future.
Be a kind of understand button.
Okay, I think we're missing a few more people now. All right, is anybody still voting? Is Larry still voting? Larry's done? Okay. All right. Okay, so many of you said you know where the resources come from, and about a quarter of folks said they didn't, they disagreed with it, and another 12% said they disagree, or they didn't know. And so in doing the reporting, there's multiple steps for it, and it goes from determining the purpose of the sampling, to developing the design, to collecting the data, to the data management and the analysis of the data. And that's a lot of stuff that the PIs do in the context of whatever it is they're doing the monitoring for. But then there's the part about putting the results in the format for communication, developing the communication text, coordinating among the indicators, and then after that, the preparing the document, the reviewing the document, and the preparing the final document. And so the resources for this, there are some resources come from the CERT monitoring and assessment plan for some of the monitoring that's gone on, some from other efforts, whether it's some of the counties that are supporting some things or some of the other agencies, but there's nothing explicitly funded for this report. Everything is pulled together from other stuff that is going on. And so, for example, when the recover funding was reduced, then a lot of the monitoring that was associated with this reporting was also reduced. The putting the results in the format for communication and developing the text is done basically by volunteer PIs. There's nothing in their contracts that speaks to developing what we do here for this particular reporting mechanism. Like I said, they have things that they report on in other venues, but not so much for this. I coordinate the indicator sections and pull the information together into the one report. And then the PIs pretty much do the review of the report until we send it to OERI, and then they help with the final document. So there's a lot of steps that go on, and like I said, this report itself is not explicitly supported in any of those efforts. And so, question is for the working group in the SCG, and I think this goes right along with some of the conversations that you had earlier, or on the list of potential priorities to raise for the task force, is how is important for it, is it for the working group or an SCG to help secure the resources to support reporting of the indicators in this context? Okay, do we have everybody back? I'm still looking for 22. All right, so we've got over 50%, very important, fairly important, a quarter neutral, and the rest slightly important. And so within that context, then the question is, what are the next steps that can be taken to help secure resources for this report? And again, I think this falls in line with some of the conversations that were had earlier about issues that need to be raised up to the task force level and how to be able to move forward on that.
Could I ask a question?
Yep.
Are you thinking about funding at the level of what the report card used?
I'm thinking about resources for the entire reporting process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who would like to share a next step that this group can take?
Chad Kennedy, DEP. I guess my observation is that you really need to identify your target audience, if in fact you have one, because my perception is that you may not. And to keep rearranging the formatting and the message you're delivering, if there's nobody receiving it to start with, it seems like a bit of a futile exercise. I know there's requirements as part of that thing, but to me, it would start with identifying a customer. And it may not be who we typically think of as Congress or somebody like that. It may be an NGO, a non-governmental organization that uses this information to galvanize support for their pro-Everglades movement. I don't know. But I think I would start with a focus on who exactly are we writing this document for, really?
And what's the, what is it that this group can do to help move that forward?
I guess it'd probably be go to the logical place where we think the document's supposed to go. And that would be, and that discussion happened earlier today as far as looking and talking with folks that do lobbying and things of that nature on behalf of the Everglades, and ask them, do you use this document? Do you know it exists? I think you might be surprised. So that was where I'd start. As I talked to Palm Beach County as a lobbyist, I'd ask your lobbyist folks, have you ever seen this document? Do they know it exists? I'm just being blunt. It's, let's get real.
Jennifer?
Well, in addition to the things like we discussed earlier about maybe contacting congressional offices and seeing if a staffer can provide some feedback, I think that there's opportunities within the different agencies and organizations where there might be communications staff who can say, look, if we know that our intended audience is Congress, how can we package this information in a way that's more effective? We were just having a discussion on the break about, well, if they're not reading it, that doesn't mean that they're still not our audience. It may be that we have to retool how we're presenting the information to reach our audience, our ultimate intended audience. And I think there are some capacities within the agencies outside of the Everglades staff, maybe in the communications, graphics departments and whatnot, that could help.
Sorry about that. So the question was to help secure resources to support reporting on the indicators. And I think, obviously, the first step is making sure we're communicating with our task force representatives, and then making sure that, we express to them the resource needs, whether it's staff or, other participants, volunteers, or otherwise, and then the funding resources we need to actually, the funding levels that are needed to do that work. So I think that's the first step. And then those task force members can also be meeting with, our lobbyists or, representatives at that level. So that way, I think you make that connection between the task force and those representatives, and then can convey that information to them directly.
Angela, and then.
So similar to James and Chad, I think we need to probably tell the task force, talk to the task force, communicate this, because from the federal perspective, when I think of resources, I think of dollars and funding. And so, we get ours from President's budget and our work plan. And so if the task force can help us communicate this to OMB and to others in the administration, then we can better obtain additional resources to help us.
Ed?
So I think there's an additional step that we've got targeted audience, and then there's also, what do we want to say? I think so we need to figure out exactly, once we figure out our audience, how do we want to say it? And then we work with the task force to get that message relayed. So it's kind of a three-step process that I see in this to make it a better report. So it's like figure out our audience, look at our report to see if we're got the right message, and then we work with the task force to see if we've got all the necessary resources aligned, how we need them to align to meet the objectives of improving the document according to our identified needs. So.
I would like to see us make an affirmative statement, again, for the support for monitoring and the need for monitoring system-wide to have the appropriate temporal and spatial scale that we need to be able to help continue to inform restoration moving forward, and then get into exactly what Ed just said.
And if we quantify that need, does that then become one of the task priorities that we talked about earlier today?
I think, yes, we did. That was one of the ones that we had discussed to recover, correct? Right?
Yeah.
That was the mechanism
money.
and part of the reason why I brought it up, and there seemed to be that, yes.
So, but it's more than just recover funding, because recover is just one part of the restoration, and so it gets to, you know, do we have the other aspects of Everglades restoration that are covered? For example, Kissimmee River is not a part of SERP. Or recover, I guess is. Other next steps that this group can take?
I guess I probably should let it go, but I guess my point would be if this report wasn't done next year or the year after that, who would get mad? Who would get spun up? To me, that's your customer, besides, Department of Interior. No, that to me identifies who would miss it if it was gone. And that to me is your customer, and that's the person that should be getting in their wallet.
So Adam, what if we didn't do this?
Can I ask a question on that? I'm curious. This is required by Congress, no? So, everything we're talking about goes back to money and funding, which is what Congress, is in charge of. So I think that, again, kind of it's a very circular thing. I mean, they're requiring this. They control the purse strings to fund this and other things we're discussing. So ultimately, it seems to me obvious that they are the audience. We just need to figure out how to make this serve its intended purpose, to explain to them how their money is being well used and is creating the benefits that they were looking for.
I guess I know it's late in the day, but would a letter be sufficient? Everything's great, Congress, keep the funding coming.
That'd
It
make my life
kind
easier.
of, what was their intent, and are they actually using this level of science? It is required. You have to do something. So is a report, I don't think they went into that level of definition. Is this thing growing into something that we as the scientific community have kind of made it to what we think it should be, or are we thinking about our audience? And my perception is we're not thinking about our audience. We need to step back, take the science hat off, and say, all right. We talk to people that are in that world, and you apparently did legislative type or lobbying type work, so you'd have a better idea. Because my guess is that all the funding that we received this year had very little to do with any reports that we put out, including this one. It was a popular thing politically, and it was received funding. It's people want to save the Everglades. Let's call it what it is. That's just my perception.
Other comments?
Just a little, I guess, a little bit of a diversion is someone like, I'll classify me as a mid-level manager. The actual report is very helpful for me. I'm never going to read all the PI reports and everything, so I look at this as kind of an intermediate report. So I think there's a certain amount of, who's your audience? There's a legacy component here for someone like me that will want to look back at maybe a report from six years ago. It would be very helpful for me to be informed. So I just think there's some utility in having a report that's not necessarily the reports from the PIs and not necessarily a one-page report to Congress, but there's some intermediate step there that is very helpful for the agency folks who have to actually look at this and make decisions too.
Chad, I don't think there's, it's a realistic view that you have, and it's maybe shared by others, except that I would say that is our timestamp right now. What is it going to be, the potential opportunities in the future to utilize this, right? Right now it's politically correct. In the future, it may be a different set of circumstances that the report would address those concerns at that time. I don't disagree with you, though.
I'm kind of just taking a devil's advocate, because if we all agree, it's kind of a boring conversation, isn't it? But I just want to kind of at least shake it up a little bit. Let's kind of think a little differently. But I think you just illustrated my point. I like the report, frankly. I get a lot of information, very concise. I see the colors. Yes, everything's going great. But like I said, we're preaching to the choir. And we need to find out, we need to get out there and get our target audience.
Not to belabor it, but one thing, going to your point, is that maybe it'd be helpful, I can't offhand remember what exactly was originally the language with regards to the requirement of the biennial report, and perhaps we need to refresh ourselves as to what was originally asked for.
Not very
and-
much. It says progress towards ecological restoration. The word ecological is there, so it's more than just the projects, but it is not much more than just ecological.
And subsequent to that, we've had a lot of feedback from GAO and CISRP. I mean, so it's not just the congressional mandate, it's been an evolution of we're not getting what we need stories from other folks as well. So it's not as simple as just looking at, sorry.
It's okay. No, that's good. So, yeah. Okay, good. Well, we're still a little bit behind schedule because we're supposed to be getting into public comment, but the good news is that was the last question. So, okay, so here's actually, I lied. All right, this is the last question this is going to record. My question is, who does not know where this is from, this quote? They're not going to confess. Who does know where it's from? Okay, awesome. So anyway, we covered a lot of ground here. I really appreciate you guys participating. The intent of this is for us to be doing a better job in the reporting, and to figure out ways to take advantage of the renewed interest in funding in Everglades, and to basically also be better at being accountable for the money that we've got down here and figure out how to do that. So I'm going to take the results from this and then all the comments that you guys provided. If you have sticky notes that you still want to put up there, feel free to do that before you leave. And heard some very clear things about how we can begin to, even for the 2020 report, there's some things that I heard in this about doing a better job of, being more concise about things, trying to include more graphics and trends. Not sure if I'll get to the trends with the PIs this year, just because there's some lead time that has to happen with that, and we may be too late for that for this year. But we can start thinking about how we present this information for this reporting in a better way, with the eye towards having something much more effective, we hope, by the 2024. So thanks again for your participation. Any final comments from the group before we?
This is Bob Pergolsky, Fish and Wildlife Service again. I would just encourage us collectively. I've only been dealing with the SERP program for 10 years, so I'm relatively new compared to some folks. But we continually have a communication issue with communicating science. And I would encourage, Laura, I know you've done yeoman's work on this report, and I would encourage you, in the end, working with Alan and whoever else, to have someone in public affairs, legislative affairs, look at this before we submit this to Congress. And maybe you're doing that, but it's very helpful. I know we have an external affairs person, and I submit something to him. He said, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. I need to. So they dumb it down, but that would be my encouragement. Let's make sure we have a science communication person or someone that has that expertise to help filter the final product to make sure it meets the needs of the audience, as we've talked about.
Thanks, Bob.
And I just want to thank you for taking this on, because I know I've been one of the person that's been griping for some time about it. And so, Laura, thank you, because, you put a lot on your shoulders to get this together and to really go into these details, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
if I could add, I just really appreciated the polling. I've not done one of those before.
Oh, you haven't?
No,
Okay, fine.
and maybe a long time ago, but not for a long time. And I thought it was a really effective way to get a lot of information and start some conversations. So thank you for thinking of that.
Okay, James, Adam?
I'm not sure if I understand that. Laura, thank you so much. I'm going to echo what Deb said and what others said around the table. You do have a lot on your shoulders with this, and we really appreciate it. A lot of work has gone up. What folks in the room don't see is interviews that have already been out there as part of the process with agency leadership. Thank you for helping set, if any in the room, help set and coordinate those. Thank you very much for that. It is going to help us get a better product in the end and get a product that maybe meets that audience need. And I'll also echo that the earlier itinerations, this last report is light years ahead of the earlier itinerations. So maybe we're not looking at a light years jump ahead, but maybe a little refinement and get us in a really good place. With that, though, that was our last agenda item, so thank you, Laura. What I will say is to everyone else, thank you very much for attending today and bearing with us through this. On closing remarks, I will announce that we mentioned a little bit earlier on the FWC's Fish, Wildlife, and Lake Management Plan. There's a public meeting. There's a public meeting coming up. The next public meeting is tomorrow night in Clewiston in the John Boy Auditorium. And we're inviting the public to provide input on the development of that management plan for wildlife. And those are just the first of the 3 public engagements to get input from stakeholders. What we're also doing within the agency is setting up agency to agency staff level interviews. So if anyone would like to be engaged in that process or has a specific member of your agency that wants to be engaged, please feel free to reach out to me and I'll get you in touch with the right people. A lot of you will be on that list already. So, and from there, Adam, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you. First off, the district's been great for facilitating this spot again. It's integral into not only our efforts, but many others here in South Florida to convene and work on these tough issues. Thanks, Colonel, for your resources as well to provide the people here to continue us moving forward as we advance. Laura, great job, all the presenters. It's a lot of work, but I believe it's worth it. We see the system in response at those times when we have a lot of water, and it makes it all worth it. So we'll get there. It's going to be a haul. Anyhow, reminder, May 7th, task force. This is just a precursor, so I encourage you all to work with your leadership, and these issues are going to be coming back up again at task force. And the subcabinet, the water subcabinet, will be in town, as far as I know, as of this current time, which is additional federal agencies, just participating in our activities. Again, the next joint working group, science coordination group meeting is scheduled for June 23rd. And that's all I have. Thank you, everybody, for your participation and continued focus through a strong and heavy agenda today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Adam. And with that, thank you, everyone at OERI for putting this meeting together and district for having us. Meeting adjourned.